Yo, 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 Froggystyles back at you here with Mediocre Trader. Want to do a mic check real quick because last time I had an issue coming in after the intro. Can I get any verification from people in chat to let me know if the mic is working clear as intended?
Right now it's not working. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, that'd be horrible.
I can't hear you, Froggy. Hello, everybody. How are you?
How's it going, guys? Anybody on mic check? I don't have a comment come in yet. Maybe I'm not seeing it.
Waiting. Mr. Marine, do you hear us? Froggy.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is my mic working clear? All right, just making sure. Let's go ahead and get into this. Topics that we're going to be discussing tonight is going to be, yeah, thank you guys for all the comments. I just wanted to make sure because last time we had like fragmenting of the vocals. We're going to be comparing 1348 with the Froggy ABCs so we can have a check and balance of the two. We got a lot of stocks to cover, and I want to cover all of them. So we're going to slowly go over a couple. I should have changed it from open mic roundtable to basically stock talk. So I might do that right now. Let me see here.
Astro's always welcome to hit somebody up and come on over.
Yeah.
That's been an open invitation.
All right, so I just updated the title for my side. I'm not able to adjust yours, but I have it set up for AMC, GME, HYMC, DWAC, and SPY stock charting. So we're going to be covering that in tonight's video. 1348, which Mediocre Trader is pretty familiar with. I am familiar with the Froggy ABCs, and we will get to compare both on each stock and any other stocks of your guys' choosing. And then we're also going to factor in some max pain and probably do some Stockgrid on top of it. So let me get Stockgrid pulled up here real quick.
While you do that, I'm going to open up my software.
Yeah, go ahead and get it linked up here. I'm going to link mine here so we can flip back and forth. The only window we're going to be showing you is our charting pattern because max pain, I mean, I could pull it up if anybody doesn't know how to already do that by now, but we do have a training video on that for members. If you want it covered tonight, I can cover it again. Give me a second. I'm messing with buttons. There we go. All right, so there's my chart. Doesn't look right. 30-minute time frame. That's usually where I start. So, Mediocre Trader, where do you normally start your trading time frame at to look at a daily pattern?
All right, so let me get back to the window so I can talk. All right, so how I do, I have alerts that come in, and it comes in on the 3-minute time frame, right? So I have alerts that come in on a 30-minute time frame. So here you're on a 30-minute time frame here for AMC. So what I would do is wait for an alert to cross on the 30-minute or get close, and I would play an option that's like a month out. I don't usually do that because I play daily options, but if you wanted to swing trade on the 1348, that would be a way to do it. You want a farther out expiration. So you're basically looking for the cross to happen on the 30-minute.
Now, one of the main reasons why I do a 30-minute time frame. one of the main reasons why I do a 30-minute time frame is because a lot of people have pattern day trading status, and they want to see everything on a daily pattern typically. The other ones don't care. They do a 5-minute swing because they want to get in, get out, get a scalp, and make quick money. Mainly the people that I'm targeting are the ones that probably have less experience. So I do daily chart patterns. If I was to break it down on a 5-minute interval, you kind of want to be more active with your stock charting at that point, and it makes it kind of, I don't want to say more tense, but there's more, you have to be more active with it when you're on a 5-minute time frame. Where like on a 30-minute time frame, you can make a 5-minute mistake. On a 5-minute time frame, if you make a 5-minute mistake, you've kind of missed a good chunk of your entry. So first stock we're going to cover is AMC. You want to pull up your chart pattern too for AMC?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm removing my indicator, so I'm just going to show the 1348. We're not going to talk indicators. That's what we're doing, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We're going to be doing a comparison on like
okay.
Get an idea of what the 1348 does pretty much. You can use it for 5-minute time frames for quick movements, but if you were to do it on a daily pattern, like you're doing a daily swing trade kind of thing, could it be used the same exact way?
Ask me that again. Sorry.
If you were trying to do a daily swing trade, could you actually use the 1348 for a daily swing trade?
Yes, that's what I do. Like I do a scalp. So like it's sometimes it takes, the day, if the move keeps happening, if you're in the trade and the move keeps going in your direction, there's no real reason to get out. There's no signs to get out. Then you could stay in it longer. But usually, I don't know, you're in and out within 10, 15 minutes of the trade, right? You make your money and you're done. You skim the money you're going to skim off and you're done. That's pretty much how I trade. But if it's going to keep moving, I'll stay in it. But usually you want to get, and I'm talking options. I trade options. So stocks will be a little more difficult to do on a daily time frame because you'll need more liquidity for the stock, and then you're confined. If you're in a cash account, which I am, you're confined to the amount of money that you have with T+2 trading if you're going to trade equities. So it depends what you're going to trade, equities or options, right? So if you're going to trade equities, stocks, you're going to put up more collateral to make less money, right? Because you don't have the leverage. Options give you leverage. So that's kind of what we're up to with that. But here, let me share that screen I got. Okay.
Now I'm just going to leave them both up here, and I'll just rotate them like this as we switch.
Perfect. So I'll zoom in on that one for you so we can actually see. Like, see, we had a weak cross right here. This is a cross up to the upside. You'd expect the stock to continue to go up, but look, it went up right before close, and then flattened off.
Now, what time frame are you on that one?
I'm on the 5-minute. I check a lot of stuff on the 5-minute. So what you do is, if you get alert on a 3-minute, you go to the 3-minute time frame, which is right here. So the cross happened sooner on the 3-minute versus where the 5-minute was farther up here, right? So it gives you a chance to come look at the chart when you get alerted, so you can get in on the 5-minute or however you're going to do it.
Now, would you wait until the actual cross, or would you buy in when it looks like it's about to cross?
Well, see, I look at more than just a cross, right? If it doesn't have volume, or my other indicators aren't telling me it's going to move, it might not be a good trade, right? Like you're below the 200, whatever, like that's a weak trade. A weak trade, you got to be in and out quick, because if you hold it too long, look, you're banking on high IV, right? The IV will run up because of this. So you want that IV to go up, right? And as soon as you start to lose momentum and get a red candle, your IV is going to drop and you're going to start to lose, right? So you want to get out like at the top of a good candle, get your high IV and be out. So you need to be watching it, right? That's the thing. Short little runs is what's going to help you get in and out. I mean, I'm curious, like when we do an alert on this, like the ABCs, right? It alerts farther down here. This is a older style, not older style, a more technical analysis. Like I still do technical analysis, right? I don't just trade on this. I want to know the direction is going to happen. Do I just play this? If I get a good read on something or something that's going to happen quick, I don't necessarily need to go get information on it. I could just jump in and be done, you know, but you got to pay attention to it. You know, there's a lot of factors like how spread apart the 13 is from the 48, because here's the 13, here's the 48. The farther apart they spread, the better the move is, you know. But the faster it falls off, the faster you need to get out. That's just one. I mean, if you come back, let me go find a good move. Go to the 2 hour real quick, because you know, if you look this run up right here, if you look at this run up right, no, that's not a run up, it's back farther. That was this one. You know, when we originally broke out of this wedge, look at it, ran up. You're talking, it's basically 17. It ran all the way up to 18. So it gained $1 in that pretty much one day. $1, you know, your delta's what? Usually around 0.35 on a daily contract. So 0.35 times 100. That's what you made. So the cross happened back here. If you look, let me zoom in and show you where the cross actually happened on that run up. So here's our 13 right here. And nope, we were above it anyway. So we were already, it happened back there. So we were already in an uptrend. Yeah, see, it happened but way back here on, you know, but we're talking on a 2 hour time frame. So the cross happened here on the 2 hour time frame, and look where it ran up to. So if you bought in on the 2 hour time frame thinking it was going to run up, but see, I would have bought in closer to over here because it started to spread. See how it spread here? So if you're looking at the 2 hour time frame, you see the spread between the 13 and the 48. You don't have to see the cross. If you can trust your instinct and buy a farther out option, whatever you want to do. I mean, I'm not financial advice, but it's something to look at. If you look, it ran way up there, you know, and it works the other way too. Look, now this is just showing you that it actually does work. But if you look at when we dropped off right here on this date, and if you look at my video, I did a video on this, and this is how Froggy and I actually started really talking, is because I was getting annoyed about this. Everybody says they were saying technical analysis didn't work, right? And it absolutely does. That one won't work. I got to change the date here. There we go. All right. So here's way back before the major run up to $72, right? If you look, we were above the 200 the whole time. I'm just going to do my quick why technical analysis works. Okay. So we crossed over on the 1348. It ran up, right? It pulled back. We went under, it came right back up. See how it did that? We're still above the 200, right? So all through here, yeah, technical analysis was working, you know. But as soon as we crossed down and we crossed here, when we crossed this 200, boom, it fell off of a cliff. See the widening? See how far away the stock price is from that 200? Do you know how long it takes to get back up there? That was 6 months. 6 months for us to get to here where we are today. See how the 200 keeps coming down and getting closer? That's why when people say technical analysis doesn't work on AMC or whatever, or GME, it's not necessarily true. It's they don't know. I'm not picking on anybody, but in my opinion, they don't really understand what they're looking at. But that's just me. But what I was trying to say is if I highlight right in here, you could see the cross happen here, but on the 5 minute, it would have been much sooner, right? Because on the 5 minute, your 13 would have been all the way up here with your 48, and it would have crossed sooner. You would have got all this run, but see how this didn't cross till way over here? That's because it's so low. So you got to be careful with that. But this is the daily chart. You can't really trade on the daily chart with the 1348. You can use it as a guide, but it's not really for trading. So it's easier for this. And this is kind of what I was talking about. See, right here is where it crossed to the downside. Boom. Straight down. See the widening? That's kind of what I'm talking about. So it works in both directions. It doesn't matter if it's up or down. It works both directions. I don't know if Froggy wants to add anything to that.
Nope. You're good, man.
Oh, no. Yeah, reopen that. So Jay's been learning some stuff too.
Trying to change my settings on there so I can see a 13 here.
Yeah.
I can pretty much see where the other one's at.
I accidentally closed my window out. I got to fix it. I'll get it set back up. Are people asking questions? Does it seem like they're interested? I can't see the screen right now.
Oh, hold on. I haven't got that for you yet. I'm trying to fix my stuff over here.
No, you're good. All right.
All right. Got mine fixed. I noticed if I adjusted the moving average, it actually messed up my Bollinger Band, so it wasn't cool.
We'll share that one.
What do you got there?
No, it's just AMC. I just brought it up. I accidentally closed it, so I was just putting it back so you don't have to mess with it later. So I'm not I'm not sure how we want to compare this to Froggy ABCs, but I think, there's basically technical trading and 1348. I do a combination of both is what I'm getting at, because I love how my wedges work and, following the algorithm and all that. So I don't necessarily get rid of all that just because of 1348, but you can kind of do both. But 1348 doesn't work in a long-term uptrend because it doesn't cross, right? So that's where the other stuff comes into play. It depends on what you're trying to do.
So in an uptrend, it's not as useful.
If it's in an uptrend, you're not going to get a cross, right? The 13 won't cross the 48, but if you can read the chart and you can see that anyways, you're going to know it's in an uptrend, right? Like, let me see. I'll see if I can't put SPY up there and show you what I mean. SPY and the yearly. All right. So let me highlight to see if we can't make it any bigger. All right, there we go. So this is what I'm talking about. See how your 13 is above the 48? It's constantly, the SPY is kind of constantly uptrending, right? They're all above the, but up until
You got a different chart.
you don't see SPY.
No, it looks like it says AMC in the top corner.
Oh, then it was on the wrong one here. There we go. Oh, hold on. Change this to 1 day, 1 year. All right. See how the 13 just rides along with the stock price?
I
And it
see.
rarely, it's just constant uptrend. Like, you got to push down right here. It touched the 48 and bounced right back up. Same thing over here. But it never crossed. It will cross on probably 5 minute or whatever, but I'm saying, like, if you get an uptrend and it's in an uptrend for a while, you're not going to get a whole bunch of crosses, right? So it doesn't always work. If the cross happened before you seen it, happen, it's, you kind of missed that move. But I'm sure that this dip here had a cross, right? Because the stock moves up and down every day, but you're not going to have as big of moves in a constant uptrend is what I'm getting at. It's just going to be an uptrend. Like, this is a bigger move right here. So is all this. This is like crazy movement, on a lower time frame. If you look, like, we get a lot of crosses on this. Like, here was a cross on Thursday from the top all the way down, and it crossed back up. That was not, this is a 5 minute chart. It crossed back up. That wouldn't have been a good play, because they probably got a bunch of people right here when it crossed up, and it just boom, crossed back down, crossed back up, crossed back down. So you got to be careful what you're playing, even though that all happened after hours. I'm just saying that can happen during the day too. It does happen, but this was basically the day, and this was Friday, just massive. You had a cross right here in the morning on Friday. Well, it was pre-market, see? So this happened pre-market. So you'd look, and this is what I'm talking about. You never had a cross Friday, but all you had was the widening of the chart of the. Hold on, I'm just going to move over so I could write it down. See how it keeps getting wider and wider and wider?
Yeah.
That's all you got to go on, because it didn't cross. Same thing on Friday. that's kind of what I wanted to show.
So I changed my pattern a little bit. Check this out. So I got the yellow line in there, which is the 13, and the green one's not quite the 48, but it doesn't exactly have to be the 48 for me to understand it. It's a little bit quicker. So all it means is it's going to be a little bit more reactive, but it works with my Bollinger Bands because it's part of the Evan. So I changed it up just a little bit, but I definitely wanted that 13 line in there, which it doesn't look like it runs the same way yours does. Pretty sure it's 13.
What time frame? Because you're on the 30-minute time frame.
Oh yeah,
go to 5 minutes.
2 hour. No, you weren't. What time frame was you
No,
on?
it's on the 5 minute.
5.
5 minute. And I was just on the SPY that we were looking at.
That would help what it was.
There you go. Look at all the buy check marks it gave you in that massive downtrend. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, I don't listen to those things. They're an indicator that the buying should be turning on at that point, but it doesn't really replicate it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can't believe every indicator you got. That's the other thing. You gotta. It's what's the word I'm looking for?
No,
experience.
Look at the convergence right here. This is divergence. That's convergence, and that's where the MACD comes up. But right here, it looked like it was going to attempt to come in and make a shot at crossing back over, but you can clearly see here the stock went down and the average didn't, so it pulled it down. It's kind of weird what the stock is moving before the 13.
So the reason for the 1348 is kind of to help new traders understand, like, who don't really know technical analysis, because it gives you something physical to look at.
Yeah.
You know, where I was talking about the widening, that's more of an experience thing.
Does your 13 look the same as that? Check out the SPY on the 2 hour and see if your pattern for the 13 looks like that.
Do you see my chart?
What time frame you on?
2 hour.
Oh, that's right. You got yours stretched a little bit.
I zoomed it in so you can see it better.
Something's not right with my 13. There ain't no way that that's accurate.
Do you have your after hours turned on?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, let me get rid of that one. Look for another one real quick. Oh, it's a smooth. That's why. Let me see. Turn that one off. That one.
Still working on it? I don't want to move my chart because
It's
you're
not
probably
letting me
using it.
adjust it here.
But I just want to say that a lot of this is to help people, so that they can kind of read a chart a little better to understand what's going on with AMC and GME. That at least if you can get a look at something and kind of get an understanding, it'll help the community in the end. And I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do today.
All right, so I got the right one. I had to turn the rest of them off.
It wouldn't work with all of them?
No, it said it was a 13, but it was a smooth. It was a little bit different. Now that one's more right.
Yeah, it
so
is.
You can see right there as it now what I'm trying to figure out is the bottom. You see how it comes down here, and then it comes back up and crosses over here, and then it goes up more and crosses here.
Yeah.
Let me check on a 30-minute because that will change the way it's looked at. This buy's looking pretty bad right now on the 13 anyways.
Yes, it is.
Uh-oh. Oh, I'm going to have you take over for a second. I got to make a phone call.
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead and just cover a couple of stocks and answer a couple of stock questions.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So is there any questions? Ms. Harris, you have any questions? Or anybody? Let me, I can't do that either. So, nah, that's why I didn't want to happen. All right. I knew that was going to happen if I tried to minimize it. But anyway, so let's just talk about the 1348 and how it can help people. It's obvious that you can see on the chart when they cross, it gives you a direction, right? So that's good and bad in a way, right? Because with that information, it can also turn back and go the other way. So you just got to kind of get an understanding of it and things will be good. Just pay attention to what's going on with it. Miss Harris got booted off of Twitter. No good. So it's just us here in chat. But I'll show you a couple more stocks. We'll just do that. I'll go through a couple more tickers and whatever. Let's look at well, I like looking at DWAC. So right now we're on the 2 hour. And it's good to look at the 2 hour and see kind of what's going on and all that. But you're not gonna I don't trade on the 2 hour with that. But if you look right here, the 13 crossed the 48 heading down. And the stock price was above the 200, but look what happened. As soon as we got below, came down, it came up, retested the 200, and bam, straight down. So this is DWAC. This is a big green candle too. This will scare some people, but that's on the 2 hour. But if you're on the 5 minute, it looks totally different. And this is what we want you to get to understand. Like right here, back, this was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, we had a cross. The cross happened again. This is Facebook. My bad. I thought we were on DWAC, but this is Facebook. So right before market open, it crossed and it just down she went. Right here. Just constant down. Next day, same thing, down. Next day, here's a cross that happened in the morning. Right? It actually crossed here. We came down. At the end of the day, kind of leveled off, right back up, back down after hours. So let's look at DWAC. It probably looks very similar because of the market stuff going on. So here's Friday. It's making a recovery. Thursday, Wednesday. So Wednesday, same thing. It's when the cross pretty much happened. It started there. So right here, Wednesday morning, cross down and just down all day. You know, it came back up over here. See how it starts to get close to the 48? Starts to squeeze. That's an indicator. And then, you know, after hours again. And then first thing in the morning, it crossed pre-market again. And they do that. They like to set themselves up. A lot of stuff is done in the morning pre-market. If you look, I'm going to show everybody something here. I'm going to zoom out, and then we're going to take a bigger swipe so it's easier to see. So here is after hours. So 4 o'clock is right here. So, and you can look, we'll go through a couple of these, and I'm going to show you. They don't really do much after hours, but 4 o'clock in the morning comes, look it. They start playing with it to make the stock do what they want. That's kind of what we're talking about with manipulation. If you look here, they mess with it. It's all flat from 4 o'clock to 4 in the morning, and then they start playing with it. Right? They're doing that, in my opinion, for a reason, but this one's kind of bounced around a bit, so you can't really tell on that one, but I got to zoom out now because where we're at, but no, we're on the 5 minutes. So let's 5 day, 5 minutes. So let's go to a 2 hour time frame and we'll zoom in on the, yeah, you won't be able to see it because of the bigger candles, but this one you can see it was flat and then down in the pre-market. So that this dotted line is basically, you know, from 4 o'clock to 4 a.m., 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. You know, so if you look at that in the after hours, you'll see that the majority of the movement is in the morning before market open. That's just the way they mess with stuff, I think. What's this one? HYNC. Let's go to the 5 minute real quick. Here's Friday. Cross happened right here. Down she goes. You know, Friday morning that open, it crossed up. You could have got that run up and then came back and got that run down. You didn't even have to switch stocks. Just change your position. Same thing here. This cross happened before market open. They ran it all the way up. This is the bull trap, bear trap we're talking about. This is a bull trap right here. It crossed pre-market, got everybody excited. They jumped in, rode it up, bull trap, and then they bring it down. It crosses down. All these people that bought all that is stuck into play now because it never made it back up there. The highest it went was right here. 164. It was 170 over there, so a 10-cent difference. So that's what Froggy talks about when he says bull trap, bear trap. They play the game a lot. So here's a cross that happened first thing in the morning. You could have made some money on that cross here. This cross here crossed up all the way, ran all the way up to there. Could have made money there. So that's basically what I'm trying to get at. There's money to be made. You know, you just got to kind of learn the strategy and things will be good. Is there any questions? I have to see new questions because I can't. Maybe I could scroll through here. Hang on a minute. Just looking through some questions here. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on with the stream. Let me go pull up a stream and take a look at it. We don't have too many questions, so I want to just make sure the stream is going. Yeah, the numbers are a little low in the stream. So there's only 37 people watching, but that's okay. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If there's a ticker you want me to look at, we could do that. I don't care. It's all good. But if you guys are interested in this, you should join our Discords and come check us out. It's a good learning tool over there. We'll just kind of put the information out here for people to come take a look, and if you're interested, instead of just, I'm not saying that everybody does this, but when you just kind of wait and hoping somebody gives you information is kind of a not fun place to be. I know. All right, let me see. What other ticker do we got? So this is inverse to SPY. So this is the 5-minute chart. So on Thursday, this is kind of what I was talking about on the 5-minute chart. If it's in a trend, you won't see a cross happen. So this is the 5-minute on the inverse of the SPY. So it crossed to the upside and just never touched the 48 again. It still hasn't, So you're not always going to get crosses, is what I was trying to get at. The cross helps people, new traders in particularly. I mean, I use it because it's easy to alert on, but that's pretty much what I wanted to show you guys. Let's see. So a lot of people are interested in this stock as well. So look at this cross right here. That was a nice move. Let's get a better view of it though. So it crossed right here, and that's a big move. 1622 to 1797. So call that $1.50 move at least. If you went all the way up to here, or even up to $18, I mean, depending on where you got out. I tend to play it safe, I watched the widening of this, and when this starts to roll over, I get nervous. But this was at the end of the day too, so I would have gotten out anyways, because you don't know what's going to happen Monday. Especially with options. I try not to hold options that long. But if you look here, cross happened, heading down. Stayed down all the way through. Never crossed again. So right here. And that's a weak move, I think. Well, you could have made something, but it's not a super good move. This crossed late. See how this bent up, but the crossing happened till late. Because how far away it was. The gap was wide. So when, if I was in this move here going down, as soon as I seen that and start heading up, I would have got out because that happened fast. That's crazy. But that's the type of stuff you got to look for in weak little moves like this one. Well, that one up pretty good. But you would have to catch that quick. But, when it starts to trade, this kind of trading sideways to me, I try not to be in a play like that. I just want to be in the run and get out. Like this is a nice one right here. Let's look at BBIG. Ouch. I haven't looked at this one in a while, but this started way back here. Right here. The cross happened here. After hours, it crossed back up and crossed back down. Stayed down. It bounced around in here. So this is not a good trading area right here. When it does this craziness, and this is after hours, but like right in here. No bueno. Hard to make money in that. Let me go back and see if there's any questions. Beverly says, when the market is fraud, there is no faith, just holding and losing money. Okay with me to expose it all. I am so confident all will be revealed. Thank you. Thank you for holding. Appreciate it. So Buck says, would you ask someone for a donation if they sold your stock to the tune of 500 million? I don't actually understand the question, but what else do we got? Yeah, there's not too many questions going on, so I'll just keep pulling up tickers and working from that. Working 1348 stuff. What's another good ticker to look at? I'd show you guys the Discord. You know what? I'll just go to the Discord and I'll look in my list from Friday. See what crossed. Oh, that's a good one. We'll look up AMD. Yeah, they're all going to look the same because the market got hit. Again, started all the way back there. Right here. Crossed down. You could have stayed in this all day long. All the way down. Same thing here. Bought an options contract and all the way down. But that's the thing, is you don't know. The cross happens, right? As long as you see the cross, you can get into that. And just, just got to go with the trend, right? The trend is your friend. Same thing here. This one started out choppy, and then right there, good. That's a good move. You're talking, 89, 83, all the way down to somewhere around here where I would have got out, 88.50. So it's a dollar move on 100 shares. It's not shares. I don't want to say that, but a contract is equivalent to 100 shares. It's a good move. The average person, I think, only makes like 3% a year or something like that on their portfolio, if they just invested it. So take that into consideration. Neo. Let's look up Neo. Haven't looked at that one in a while. All right. Same thing. The cross happened, just dropped, right? And it works going up too. So here in the morning, it crossed up. This is a good move. That's a solid move right there. That's money, So it does work, and it crossed right here again. So if you waited for the cross and you got in, you made money. Same thing with this. If you got in right after the cross and got out, you made money. Same thing over here. It's I don't know how many stocks I got to show to prove that, but right here, same thing. You're buying puts, yeah, but you got to go where the money goes. This one, you're buying calls. Crossed over, going up, buying calls. You can backtest this a ton. It doesn't matter. It works. That's all I can tell you. It works. It works well. Ron Vigil says, I think the 8 fathers should be in the mental hospital. I don't really know the guy. So, I don't watch too many people on here. There's a few that I do watch, but not too many. Clark Barwick says, going to the drive-in tonight. Nice. Have fun. I like drive-ins. That's old school stuff. Beverly says, appreciate you both. Have you ever heard of rainbow currency basis on gold and silver to replace fiat old oil-backed money? I have not, but I'm going to write that down because I thought you brought this up before and I never ever got a chance to look at it. So, rainbow. Let me see if there's any other questions, comments we can read off here. Not too many. Surprised that there's not too many people on here, but it is a Saturday. People are out doing their stuff, But I mean, the videos for the people. That's what we're here for. They can watch it later, right? It's no big thing. So hopefully we get some guests in after. We were going to discuss this 1348, and then we're just going to show you the 2 different trading styles, right? Like I do both. Like this is easy, but there's other places like I want to do regular trading, like farther out time frames, like long-term type of stuff, swing trading. So I use my technical analysis there. Like I'll show you what I mean. Like on AMC, like let me pull up AMC or the SPY, which I haven't done in a little bit of time, but like see, I got my we're in a downtrending channel right here. So we're just going to wait it out, see where we end up in this channel. We're going to have to break out of this channel, but I believe we're going to trade sideways in this range here. You know, we might break down a little bit, but we're going to come out of the side of this channel over here and run back up at least to the 161. Just my thoughts. And this is, you know, this is technical analysis without the 1348 crossing. You know what I mean? This is other ways to do it. But if you can do your support and resistance levels and the 1348, so you have an idea where the stock is going to go, you're going to be better off. You're just combining things together, you know, to help you out, which is kind of what I do. You know, you got your demand zone boxes and supply zone boxes, but let me zoom out. We'll go to a farther out time frame. Go to 30-minute, right? So like this is now a supply zone box. This is my demand zone box. And, you know, we fell down this channel. So there's probably, if I did my technical analysis on here, I'd have some more boxes and stuff, but I'm not doing that yet because I don't see a point to do it. I think this is temporary, this downtrend here. So it's kind of like, I think we're going to get back up into this box here, to be honest. It's just a matter of time. So I got my fib line here that I'm working with now because we're down this low. So, I mean, we could come all the way down here to this 78.6 line, but that's $16, $15.80-ish, you know. I mean, that could possibly happen, but we have to break this 16 level first. And it's a pretty strong level. I don't know if it's going to happen. It could happen with all the puts that are in the money with the SPY and with this, but I don't let it bother me because it's not a big deal. Because I know what we got. We're going to come back up. I know people get scared when we go down, but the market has its ebbs and flows. It's going to move up and down regardless, right? But when we break out, it's going to run. We have to get past certain levels. So now, in order to get back up to this $19 range up here in this area, we're going to have to break this resistance, and it could just knife right through it. We don't know yet, but these are all resistance levels we're going to have to bust through to get up there. So there's that. And if you look at the SPY, which is another one of my favorite ones, but it ain't looking good. I'm going to pull out on a farther time frame than that so you can actually see what I mean. The SPY is taking a whooping. You know, these are all my zones, and this is the golden pocket. So this is where a lot of accumulating happens, and then we run up. So, but we broke below that. So we'll wait and see. I think the next level for this is going to be somewhere in here, 420, and then 419. But we can come all the way down. 410 is bottom. You know, if we fall past 410 on the SPY, I don't know what to say. We're in trouble. But this looks really ugly, to be honest with you. That is some ugly candles on the 4 hour. Each one of these candles is 4 hours, so this was one whole day. That's 8 hours right there. It's crazy. But, you know, we could come all the way down to here. 418 is probably the next level. Maybe this one. 420, 418 area. That's where I think we'll end up Monday probably, but what do I know? I'm just a guy at his house trading stocks. So Beverly asks, what do you think about all the fires of meat processing plants? You know, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on that I'm not unsure about. You know, I would tell anybody to think, be a free thinker, right? Kind of look around and see what's going on and make a judgment. When you go to the grocery store and you see empty shelves and all that, you know, I would think to myself, well, what happens when the rest of the stuff doesn't make it into the grocery store, you know? I think people should start to prepare. It's just my opinion. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I don't take chances like that. Just not worth it to me. Um, Bobby says, "Do you know the short interest of Sundial?" Actually, I do, and I can get that for you. I believe it was 19.7. I looked at it yesterday. Let me try and pull it up. Nope, not 19. It's 17.94% short for Sundial. Yeah, Bobby, I see your comments. ISPO. Give me a second. I'll pull it up, Ron. ISPO. Ouch. When was this? March 4th. Wow. Well, just by looking at the 4 hour, it's still in a downtrend, and I can tell this because if you just go by what the 1348 tells you, and I'm not looking at any other indicators right now, just 1348, I can tell you that it crossed to the downside here and dropped below the 200 EMA, and the 13 is still below the 48. So that, you know, these three tell me right now that it's still downtrending. It is somewhat consolidating. So let me throw some indicators on and have a look at it. Okay. RSI is pretty leveled off. It's just kind of, all right, so let's highlight this area. The MACD is starting to trend up, which is a good sign, but it's still underwater. Your RSI is neutral. It's just kind of flat right now, so it's hard to say what it's going to do. Let's look at the daily. There's really no movement in it. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. So yeah, it's just flat right now. Let's look at the 5 minute and see if there's any kind of movement in it. I mean, there's daily movement in it, so you know, it just crossed down after hours, but that don't mean nothing. But it crossed down at the open and came all the way back and made that back up here. So the MACD crossing below, you know, heading underwater, so that's not good. Your RSI is getting close to over sold, so you know it should, according to this, bounce and turn around. Let's look at the 15-minute, see if it looks similar. Yeah, it just crossed here. it crossed back here and headed under. So the same thing. This is headed down. So short term, it looks like it's gonna, hit this over sold area and come back up. Your MACD should turn around and wait for your 13 to cross over the 48 and get back above this 200. If it can hold the 200 for a while on the 15.5 hour, let's see what this looks like. It's got a little bit to go to get there. You got to get above the 200, but you're sitting right on the zero line in the MACD, but your RSI is pointing down, still heading down. So not looking too good, but wait it out. I mean, it's leveling off. It's definitely consolidating. So that's what I know about that. Let me see. Oh, you're welcome, Ron. What else we got? I'm just going to scroll through and look for some other comments. Clark, thanks, bud. We try. Oh, I already read all those. So let me go look and see what else we could look at then. I hate being the bearer of bad news all the time, so I try not to show you guys like stuff, but this is Froggy's stock he likes to look at if it pulls up. For some reason, this doesn't like to pull up on the DXY. So let's look at hold on, let me think. This is Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities. That's pretty bad. We've been trending down since 9/22 of 2021, and since I'd say 1/5/2022, so January 5th, pretty much a constant downtrend on mortgage-backed securities. And then you got now this is the futures for the SPY, and this was Friday. So futures looks like it could come down to 41.63 area, and that's pretty low. if that happens, it's going to be interesting. What else? Just thinking, guys. If there's anything that you guys want me to look at, let me know. Do I think the financial system is corrupt? Yes. I think the financial system is so corrupt that it corrupts our government. Those are just my thoughts. I think that they use our financial system to get paid. CENN. Let me pull it up. CENN. Well, it's been in a downtrend since 11/30 of 2021 on the daily. Let's see. Let's go to the 2 hour real quick. Okay, so on the 2 hour, let's zoom in here. On March 18th, it ran up. So, and then it's been in a downtrend. It just crossed below the 200 again, but it looks like it's working its way back up here. So, let's see. The MACD looks good on the 2 hour. It's crossing up, getting above water. Your RSI is heading up. It's getting close to overbought. That's on the 2 hour, but it is moving up and it's about to cross. If you look here, that's a 2 hour cross on the 1348. So that's pretty good. The 30 minute. I mean, it got above the 200 here. Still heading up. Your MACD is looking good here. Yeah, I think it's got some potential to move up. The 15 minute moved up as well. So it's got some upside to it. I don't know where it'll go, but it's starting to turn the trend around for sure. But earnings plays are dangerous, so I don't know. Yeah, the 5 minute the RSI is, kind of leveled off. It got a little hot and cooled off. Your MACD came down and crossed, but it's kind of leveled out. But that's in the after hours, You were heading neutral towards the end of the day here, up and neutral. So you're in good shape on the 5 minute. It's got room to go up. I mean, it could still go down, but it's still above water here. So what time Monday? That's the question. You're welcome, Paul. Beverly, I don't disagree with you on that, They decide. It's all about how much money they can make in tax revenue. Ron says, do you think if all AMC and GME communities should stop buying options for the month of May and could make a difference? Get smoked last Friday and I should have bought some shares. Yeah, it's happened to me too. I got smoked. I won't lie. But I would say I'm gonna do it for the community because that's what we're gonna do. But I try not to play AMC or GME anyways. But if you learn the 1348, there's no reason to even play them. You know what I mean? There's thousands of other stocks, right? So it's not a big deal. I don't have to play them. So no, I mean, I don't know what if it'll affect them or not. We'll find out. But if people stop buying way out of the money, it'll help, because that's what's affecting the options chain is a lot of way out of the money options. Just YOLO plays, I guess you could call them. And I get it. If you want to bet your money or gamble your money, it's your money to do so. But every time we do that, we're giving them money. They get to keep that, the premium, the money you paid for those options. When it goes to zero, they get to keep it. The option seller, the person who sold you that, gets to keep that money. And most of the time, it's the market maker selling you that option. Yeah, it is like a casino, for sure. So Paul says 5 p.m. earnings for let me pull it up again. CENN. So that's after hours Monday. Anything else you guys want me to look at? I thought we were gonna probably have some guests, and we're gonna watch the Astro video and go over that as well. I didn't watch it yet. I was gonna watch it live with you guys. I grabbed something to eat before the stream, so I didn't really have time to look at it. But I know we're gonna do that, and then I'm not sure. We had some other things on we were talking about, but I don't remember what they were. I don't know. I don't have the froggiest idea. So he must not be in the space call either right now, because I can't hear Miss Harris or anybody. So I'm just assuming it's just me. But I appreciate you all sticking around. It's a good show. If I didn't tell you guys, listen, smash the like button on Froggy's channel. Subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber. Jump over to my channel, do the same. Beat that subscribe button, beat that like button, and then, get on our Discords. Like, I'm on Discord, even when I'm on here, I'm on Discord, right? Like, I can pop in there and send a message like nothing. I can jump over to KC Shaw's Discord, send him a message, or Boss Blunts, or whoever. It's a way to communicate other than being on live here and in the chat. So if you got questions or whatever, it's a good way to talk with us. We could put up training videos and all kinds of other things on Discord. It allows us. It's a great tool. SNDL earnings next week. Let me pull it up. Take a look at it. Oh, it popped up in the after hours. Look at that. It crossed in the after hours and ran up. Interesting. So this would have been a great play on SNDL. Right at open. It shot up. You get in here right at this level, and so I like SNDL as a company. I do. I just don't like the problem that they're in. Their predicament that they're in is not very good. I mean, it's above water. It just bounced off the MACD and it's heading back up. RSI is pointing up on the 30-minute. You know, you got a cross on the 30-minute after hours. It doesn't matter as much, but it looks like it's trending up for sure. Two-hour RSI is pointing up. It's underwater, but it's right at the zero line. You know, it's starting to poke up a little bit. We get a cross, it can continue going up. I don't know what it'll go to, but that's where we were at with that. Look at the 4-hour quickly. Yeah, see, RSI is pointing up on the 4-hour as well. Interesting. I'm scared of it though. I ain't gonna lie. The only thing I'm scared of, I'll be real, because I'll tell why I'm not still in the play. Because they got to get above $1 for 180 days, and it's got a huge float, and they short the heck out of it all the time. They just abuse the stock. It drives me nuts. You know, the company makes a lot of money. They got a lot of cash. They buy a lot of other business, right? Like they bought Alcana in Canada, which is a company that has you know, they sell alcohol. It's stores, and they also sell cannabis. So they, you know, they got a retail locations now to move their stuff, right? So I think they're pretty good. The problem is, will they get that deal completed before they run out of time, right? If that deal gets completed, then it'd be easy for them to be above $1 for 180 days, for 10 days, I mean. But they only had 180 days to do it, and that's the problem. You know, I've talked to people who think they're going to get up there and get it done. I don't think it's impossible. I think they probably can, but just scares me. That's all. You know, just me. As far as that, I like the company. HYMC. I'll pull that one up. I like HYMC. The problem with HYMC is they're just going through that. They got that letter out the other day about dilution, and the shareholders didn't have a lot to do with that. And I know that they're only going to use it for purchasing companies and all that stuff, but I don't know. But right here on the 2-hour, let me get over to it. We're oversold on the RSI, and we broke out of this downward channel going sideways right on the 154 level. You know, we're a little lower now. I'd imagine this will probably come down a little bit on Monday, but I'm kind of expecting it to come back to this 154 level, to be honest. But the MACD's trending upwards. You know, RSI is kind of overbought. I see it. You know, I think it's going to go up, but I don't know when. You know, the 30-minute looks like, you know, it's heading up. It already had a cross. The MACD crossed to the upside, so it's slowly making its way up, but it's very slow. The RSI was heading up and kind of just tapered off in the after hours, so it was pointing up, you know. I mean, this is all after hours stuff, so it's hard to see there, but I see it working its way back up to the zero line. Yeah, I mean, it's the 154 level is key. It's got to hold this level coming into Monday, Tuesday next week. If it can hold that, it's probably going to go up. If not, it's going down to $1.30-ish. I'll show you right here. Right here. See right here? This line. Oh, no, that's the 150 level. This line right here. It's going to come down to. And we got a lot of support there as well. It comes all the way back to here, you know. So 130-ish area if it breaks this 150 area. But that's just what I see. But I think it's going to have a hard time breaking the 150 area for sure. I mean, I'm trying, guys. I'm doing it all myself. This is why Froggy likes when there's two of us, because we can communicate back and forth to kind of keep things rolling, which is good. You know.
Welcome
back. What's
that? A long phone call. So I showed you that lithopane box that I ended up making. Well, I sent it out this week. It's got all them pictures and stuff in it. And she just got it today, so I had to talk to her about how to put the thing together to make it work, and then check out the little pictures. So
nice. Was she happy? She probably started crying, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart.
Nice. Froggy's a good dude.
Yeah, I gave her two
boxes. On some stuff.
Sorry, I made two little square boxes, and it got like lights inside of it, and there's like 3 pictures on it, and I made like 16 pictures to go with it. So I sent that all out. So what are you guys digging into right here?
I was going over HYMC. Somebody asked about it. So I completed it. I had to throw some indicators on so I could actually look at some stuff. But it was pretty good. Trying to get people involved. It's, you know, is what it is.
Yeah, no, you're using the 1348 strategy?
Yes.
Cool,
yeah,
cool.
And I was just showing some technicals on HYMC. Yeah.
Now, I definitely advise that if you use 1348, you still want to look at max pain, because max pain can be an influencing factor that if you're on the fence on whether you think it's going to cross or not, maybe that max pain might give you an idea that it might not cross the way you think. And it could give you a safer entry or exit too.
Because the market makers, they play with the price to mess with indicators and stuff as well.
Yeah. Difference is, what do you see the market doing next week? Unfortunately, Monday, Tuesday is going to be red. I mean, I think it's going to hurt red. So because the SPY is about to get lit up, and if it gets smacked, it's going to bring the whole market down. So it's unfortunate. That's just the way it's going to play out.
Yeah. So all the others, everything after that, I wouldn't worry about it. If AMC's red, HYMC's red, take it with a grain of salt. The market's going to get hit. That's a fact. Well, I don't know that. I'm not 100% guaranteed on that, but I'm pretty confident it is.
Yeah, I'd be leaning at about like an 80% chance of big red showing up Monday, Tuesday, just because of the fact that they have puts they have to cover on Monday, a lot of them, and they could sprinkle them out over 2 days and kind of dilute the damage if that's what their intentions are, or they could just light us up and do a dip buy. And if I was a market maker, I would want the price to drop so I can get easy money for like cheap stocks. So I would spook the market by dropping things down hard. And because they're not going to do anything honestly. So if they go and pile drive the market Monday, it's going to scare the buyers out. And then it might create FOMO sellers, and then they can scoop those up at discount. So I'm expecting a 10% drop in SPY Monday, Tuesday. which is pretty aggressive. I hope I'm wrong, but same thing happened with AMC and GME. If you remember when I called that out, we defeated Max Payne on the positive side, and I called out 30% increase on both of those, and it did pretty much about that. I mean, but it was a gap up to the 200-day moving average, so kind of as expected. This one here, I mean, where are we sitting on that 200-day? Oh, we're sitting we're underneath the 200-day, so we're in trouble. We crossed under it, so that's bad.
Yeah, show your chart. You're showing mine at the moment.
So there's the SPY right now. Let me change this one here. It's a little too dark purple. Let's go a little bit lighter. So there's your 200-day moving average. And you've already crossed over it, and you're pretty well past it. That's on a daily too, so it's not very good that you got basically a confirmation breakdown candle. You're already underneath your 13, which is already crossing. It's going to be crossing over. That's not even a 48. I think it's a 34, but it's still close enough. But are you getting the same thing on your 1348, a crossover on a daily for SPY?
Let me go look.
Let me pull yours up. Yeah, put SPY on the daily and show me your 1348. It should be smoother than what mine is. Mine's a little bit more reactive. I had to do it that way because of the Bollinger Bands. I didn't want to mess up those.
Whatever you got.
Oh, you already crossed?
Yeah, I crossed. Right there.
All right, so let me see what I got here. Yeah, I'm showing behind on mine. But with that crossover, not good. Very not good. So you can see what happens when it crosses over right here. It drives it, the market goes down. You see here it tried to get back up and it failed, and it dropped down again. And you can see that's a second dip. Usually you buy on a second dip. We're going into the first dip, so there may be a second dip, and that's not good. So I'm not saying 404 is the target. We'll try 416, drop 10 points real quick. I guess 10% wouldn't be in the cards. 5% drop would be reasonable. So yeah. I bet you there's a chance we see that 404. We'll see if that 416 holds. See if buyers come in. But it's going to be rough. That's for sure.
Yeah, next week's going to be rough. I think so. I mean, I don't got a crystal ball or nothing, but I think so. Sometimes when the charts play out, I think I do, but it doesn't work out sometimes.
Yeah. Trying to fix my moving average thing here. Yeah, we're actually technically oversold on the daily, but you can see here it's doing its second dip. It's counting this as the first one, and it failed, and now it's going down for the second dip, and that's going to be probably more violent. So 1 2 1 2, third little bounce in there for the double bottom. Just look at the MACD; it pretty much tells you your patterns. Jumps up, jumps up. There's your 1 2. I think we're on a double pattern. Is that what I'm seeing? And we're seeing W's now on our cycles instead of triangles. So they're trying to throw us off on their pattern by putting these breaks in there.
Yeah.
It's not working. You can still see the pattern, but you're getting these little hiccups in there. See them? They're showing up everywhere. They're like just little goofy things that just keep showing up now. So maybe they are running a new algorithm, but it's still the same pattern. It's just broken. They're trying to trick us into thinking the market's acting normal. We already know it's not.
Yep.
Here, I'll pull your chart back up so you can do whichever stock you were doing.
I completed it. You came in at the right time.
Oh, so timing was perfect.
Yeah. Yep. I finished up that. We could do we could do whatever you want now. Yeah, I was telling him it's concerning what's going on in the market, to be honest. I was like, ugh. Scary stuff. Want to do the Astro video, or you want to do something else?
Yeah, we can do the Astro video.
Go ahead, Dippin. Dippin says, I've had a question that I wanted to ask for a while. Sorry if it's an amateur question. No question's an amateur question. I just want to get that clear. Where and how do I purchase in gold and silver in the safest way? Well, you could do it locally if you want to support like your local dealer. You know that you can buy. I wouldn't buy the fancy coins and stuff like that, but you can buy like chunks. Like it's finished. What's it called?
bullion.
Yeah, bullion. You could buy silver bullion, or well, gold comes in smaller bullion. Whatever. It doesn't have to be fancy. It's just a piece of value is what it is. But you're gonna pay above spot for it if you buy from them, or you could buy online. I don't usually buy online, but you can buy used silver stuff like Froggy says on eBay and stuff like that. I search for coins at the banks and stuff like that, but haven't been doing it of recent.
Yeah, there's a site I just linked right there. It's called coininflation.com. It tells you the actual metal percentage in each one of your normal trading coins. Here, I'll link that for you so you can have it too.
I appreciate it.
That's where I go to figure out the true value of like a dime, quarter, nickel, anytime. And like you can get all that stuff off of eBay pretty close to spot. And it's easier to go buy. Like I like buying dimes because if like I keep thinking if anything got real bad and we had to go back to silver, the dime is probably one of the best increments that you can get. Because you buy silver dollars and you need something and you're paying in silver, like you can't just pay them a portion. So dime is probably one of the best increments, I think. But
it's kind of TF Hatter. It's kind of scary, huh? TF Hatter says, "Yeah, I can see 410. Look at the SPY on the monthly. Pull it out to 2018. It's kind of scary. I think."
I got to send a document real quick.
Dippin, you're welcome, buddy.
I didn't get to read the second part of his comment. All right. Good to go. Let me check out his other statement here that I missed, I think.
Yeah, go for it. I'm kind of just messing around.
All right. Beverly says the DS already stole our livelihoods, our wealth, and in their mandates in emergency experimental jabs. Why have any faith in the stock market? Yeah, to be honest, like after seeing the stock market for really what it is, I know it's a good wealth tool to make wealth and stuff, but I mean, I would rather invest it into a business, but then I'm kind of worried that they're going to go and mess with businesses too. It looks like they're stealing money from everybody. Ooh, yeah, there's sterling coins are cheap. That's true. Yeah, I'll pull up that Astro video here in a second. We can go ahead and check it out. Got a lot of Lou videos. He's putting out like 6 a day.
Is he?
Oh, yeah. All right. I was watching that Astro video just so I can get an idea of what it was about. So let me pull this one up here. And we'll play it real quick. I want to see what he's talking about because they said, what did they say in that comment? Go till like 4:23 and then watch it from there, or watch up till 4:23. I couldn't remember which one it was.
Yeah, something about that. I don't remember the exact time, but to watch up to that point and then jump to the next video.
Hold on. I'm being asked all kinds of personal questions here. Give me 1 second. One more document's got to be sent.
All right.
All right, we should be good now. Let me fire up the Astro video and see what he's got to say about, what is it called? Part 2 of NSCC 003, State of the Market Rants and Observations. And the thing I like about Astro, he's very intelligent, and the fact that he took the time to make this is definitely good too, because in order for him to be upset about something, he obviously understands like what it means and stuff like that. So let's see what he has to say about it.
Two of this, by the way. The first one hasn't even uploaded yet. It just got done, actually. I'm going to kind of reframe everything in a much more simple frame here. Just because I've kind of reviewed my own thoughts and watched the last video, which wasn't as precise as I wanted it to be, but I know there are some of you out there who like to listen to me ramble. And hopefully it strikes a chord within you that hopefully there's something I say that you're like, oh, that sounds interesting, or that's, intellectually provocative, so I'm going to go take it. You get it. Okay. The simplest way I want to put this is every market participant has an amount of debt that has to be paid now. Like the aggregate debt between every market participant, whether you're a fund or you're a market maker or this or that, they have accrued enough debt. If you haven't seen, it's been a long time actually. I wonder if they even updated this. We're going to go to... Sorry, 1 second. My shit is laggy. There's a thinner margin. Fuck.
Oh, be careful, Miss Harris. He does swear a lot.
Holy shit!
Oh my god. That was like on cue.
Wait, no, this still hasn't updated. Okay, so they evidently they haven't even reported this. It's a quarterly thing, and they still haven't reported. Yeah, so I'm sorry. So this is the FINRA margin report. So among all of the FINRA members, the amount of margin they're using as a form of debt is at an all-time high, and they still haven't reported since October of 21. So, okay, we're going to run with this now. Normally, I'm very careful with what I assume to be, and I'll make it very clear by making a preamble of, I don't believe it's this, but we're going to da-da-da-da-da. You hear me do it all the time. I'm going to not do that this time. Evidently, there is a ton of debt from FINRA members. And now what has to be done is they have to get rid of this debt because of what will happen when the interest rate hikes kick in, because then their debt becomes exuberantly fucking high in terms of the premiums they will be paying, in which case... So they are making a market for this between themselves that involves NSCC 003, in which case they can bundle up their debt and essentially issue bonds against themselves, in which case another member will pay them that bonds up front, and that will get the receiving member out of their situation, and then that receiving member will pay monthly or semi-annual premiums to the person or entity that got them out of their little thing. This is basically Melvin Capital being put on a huge scale. That's pretty much what I'm gathering all this to be. They're securitizing this via SFTs, which are these new, think of them as tradable things like stock or options. They're a new financial instrument, evidently, is what I'm gathering here, in which case members can, on an intra-connecting basis, satisfy each other's debts by, again, rolling things forward. You know, they evidently all owe a lot of money, so some of them are going to get capital injections, aka free money, and they will use that amongst themselves to get themselves out of their own fucking pickles. So again, put simply, every FINRA member is underwater in terms of debt, and now there is a market that they can satisfy their debts amongst themselves or amongst each other via a new exotic financial instrument for satisfying their debts. I feel like everything's already crashed. Everything's already crashed, and we're just waiting for it to hit public markets. If you look at any financial catastrophe, and I'm going to say some things that seem glaringly obvious, but just bear with me. If you look at any financial catastrophe, the big guys are the ones who start it. The big guys are the ones who typically get out of it first. And then the public deals with it. The reason why I'm saying this is because for once, a considerable sized amount of the public are aware. They just aren't able to connect the dots entirely yet. We have the outline. We have like a semi-chiseled piece of marble. We can see what looks like the face. We can see what looks like the arms. Now we're getting to the cock of it. And once the cock is chiseled, we're going to realize how much we're going to have to fucking cram down our throats. As I said in the last video, I don't care how many regs come out. I don't care how many amendments to these regs come out. I don't care if there's a new fucking clearing corporation that's introduced. There probably will be. Let me make that a fucking prediction. Within the next 6 months, I guarantee it. And it will relate to intra-participant debt. I don't care how many thises or that's or amendments here and fucking revisions there. There is no containing what will happen. Just plain and simple. But the way that they dress it, the way they decorate, the changes that will be made will become ambiguous to the public eye. Whether that is inflation, whether that is taxation, whether that is legislation from Congress to monitor bank accounts with more than $600 in them. It's this rolling gradient that, because most people are so zoomed in, the changing of the color red to the color blue looks so unnoticeable because of how much focus there is on this particular pixel of a gradient. People aren't privy to what is happening because they're looking for a change of red to blue, whereas the color purple during the middle of the gradient is just another thing. Does that make sense? I hope it does. That's going on all around us as we speak. And it always has been, but I feel like now more than ever, and maybe this is just a Dunning-Kruger effect, I feel like it's become more intense than it ever has. I know a lot of that is attributed to me, only being involved in the market for over a year and a half or so, just about. So of course I'm gonna feel like there's more of an effect because I'm just now looking. But even then, this seems way too desperate. Like there are so many. You look at every facet of a healthy, functioning market. You have the Fed, and I fucking hate the Fed. Don't get me started. But assuming that the market as we have it is healthy and functioning for the sake of this point, you have the Fed. You have fixed income markets, you have equity markets, you have currency markets, and then they all have their own subdomains of instruments or thises and that's, but they all have these implicit checks and balances. For example, if the fixed income market, in particular bonds, if those are undervalued because their yields are fucking piss poor or their yield curves even go inverted, as we've seen, then you'll typically see equity markets capitalize on this because equity can react faster and the value and the alpha found in equity markets are more obtainable because the fixed income markets are dog shit. Now, the moment that you start to see the fixed income markets turn around, you will see a vacuum take place of capital from the equity markets because every big money entity wants safe and secure returns. The best instrument for that is the fixed income market. But when the fixed income market is dog shit, you'll typically see synthesizing within the equity markets. So whether that's buying exuberant amounts of stock and then issuing covered calls on them at some mutual fund, you'll see that. Whether that's buying exuberant amounts of stock and then lending them for a constant yield via a borrow fee. Again, this takes place at mutual funds. You'll see that. And if you look at entities like BlackRock and Vanguard, they're buying everything everywhere, and they're issuing a passive residual income from them, whether that's in stock, whether that's in housing, whether that's in whatever. You see these big money entities serving as the fulcrum point between careless, decadent governments and careless, decadent market participants, and they're the ones that are facilitating everything from going tits up. And they are collecting on that. Of course they are, because they're BlackRock or because they're Vanguard. And that's where everyone puts their retirements. That's where everyone puts their pensions. That's where everyone puts their 401ks. I don't know. Universal basic income, I guarantee will be a thing within the next 5 years. There's no way that between inflation, so the devaluement of the dollar, all of this excess auxiliary monetary function, I know that's a lot, bear with me, whether that's crypto, whether that's retail's own over-the-counter fucking monetary delivery systems like Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, NFTs, there's this excess amount of complexifying taking place within monetary components across every spectrum of everyone who participates in markets. It's not just citadels and virtues. It's also people like you and me. There are so many ways to use, send, or receive money. It's fucking stupid. And because of that, I think there's a giant gap being created between those who have money and those who don't, and layers within those of those who have money and those who don't, as in the Bezos and the fucking Ken Griffins of the world, and then fucking, I don't know, schmucks who work at McDonald's and schmucks who work at fucking, I don't know, boards of companies. Different classes, different tax brackets of money. These people who have so many gaps now being created between them and their money and everyone else around them. It's like the fucking financial catastrophe is having... Okay, sorry, we're going to back up. The reason why you can sit on a chair relatively easily without having it break on you is because there's typically 4 legs. So it takes your weight and distributes it across 4 different legs. Some of you have heard me give this analogy before. If I take away 3 of those legs and give you 1, the chair, we're going to say, will break because there's just too much weight now because you're a fat ass. No, but just for the sake of the analogy, we're going to assume that you have to have 4 legs on your chair, otherwise it's going to break. And we're assuming that instead of you sitting on the chair, it's the monetary state or the health of this monetary state. Now, if we add more legs to this chair, then we could theoretically add more weight to whatever is occupying it, in which case, again, we're considering to be the monetary state. Each leg represents a different component or different mechanic to the way money functions and flows. And with the amount of legs that have been added, again, between PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, crypto, NFTs, and levering and all sorts of other flavors to the amount that you can do this with, options, synthetics this, synthetics that, mutual funds, the securities lending market, you name it. There's so many different fucking functions that have taken place and have shown up over the past decade that it would look like an exponential curve on a historical chart of the amount of financial instruments or interfaces that exist. It seems like they're just adding more legs to this chair so that either when it breaks or while we're testing if it breaks, that instead of having catastrophe at every leg, we're having catastrophe at a few particular ones. That's just me. I don't know. Now we have another leg being added that involves securitizing debt amongst a private set of market participant members. It's all fucked. It's all fucked.
Well, he's pretty much right about most of it. There's a lot of weird stuff that's going on. I honestly don't think that they can change the rules and actually interfere with the process. I think all they can do is delay it. I think the squeeze will still have to happen. He's probably right about the universal based income. They already got it factored in, so they're already trying to give you money for gas, and they can make whatever excuse they want to do it for, but they're going to give you money. That's the plan anyways. So why not claim that's because they want to give you gas money or whatever the excuse may be?
They've been pushing that for a minute.
Yeah.
They have been pushing that. They're trying to destroy small business if you look at what they're doing.
Yeah. Is my mic still echoing like it was earlier? I don't know what it was. It had something to do with that video, so I did mute my mic. Is everything still clear now?
Yeah, you're good.
Just double checking. I'm not sure what causes that issue where sometimes I play a video and I got echo, other times I don't, but just want to double check. Let me see here. Check the comment section here. I don't see anything new.
I'll be right back.
So we got any other questions or anything like that? I'd like to cover anything you guys got for a question. Beverly says, in my opinion, the executive order 1395-9 and 1397-1 prohibited individuals or the institutional buying, trading in CCCP-backed military stocks treason and can seize assets. That must be the executive orders that Boss Bunce was talking about. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think that's what she's talking about. Yeah, anything that's CCCP-backed military stocks, there was adjustments made to it. Kind of wish Boss Bunce would come back on and talk about them executive orders, because I think there's a lot to it. And like I said, I think it's kind of ironic that BlackRock and Vanguard bought into GameStop like 3 weeks prior to the executive order going in. And then they turned around and they bought into AMC in June, about 3 weeks before that executive order got signed. So if that doesn't smell fishy to me, like kind of like an insider information, somebody must have tipped them off saying, hey, go buy those stocks, make some money, but they didn't sell. So I'm not sure what that means. Maybe there's more coming, a lot more coming. If it prohibits individuals or institutions from buying or trading the CCP-backed military stocks, then what made the price go up? That's the thing. I think it had something to do with collateral, to where it kind of forced a margin call that got shut off, I think. I'm not sure. I'm still confused on what made the stocks run up to begin with. Somewhere there's a lot of money. Maybe that's what it is. Prohibited buying. Maybe it's Chinese investors. You know what I mean? Force them to close out their position. Maybe seize their account. Bingo, BlackRock and Vanguard. Yeah, because they're invested in everything. They're probably over in China buying into stuff. Maybe that's what the problem was.
They're owning the world, man. I don't know, man. That can't be a good thing. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, they're massive. Massive. Yeah, so that goldfish algorithm, I thought that was kind of interesting.
I'm working on mine right now.
Craziest thing I've ever seen.
Can you believe?
If he was actually legit serious, I would be completely shocked. But you could tell he was just making fun of something, and that's all he was doing. But man,
can you believe it beat Wall Street bets?
Oh man, it yeah, that
was a very funny video.
Dude, he looked so serious the whole time. Like, I got this fish, Algo. Need to change the filter. Like, dude. Leon says you get the feedback because the listeners, are hearing both direct signals from the video and the signal coming from your mic, because you are also listening to the direct signal from the video. Usually I have my speakers turned down so they can't reach the mic. And I understand how that part plays back. That's why I turn the speakers away from the mic so they don't direct it. But sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't. It's kind of weird. Usually what I had to do is unshare the screen and go back in and reshare it, and that fixes that problem.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. It's restreams. It happens with restream, I think.
It's like they turn the echo effect thing on. You can turn the echo effect on and off, and it still don't change it. It's supposed to work in the background no matter what.
So did he say the market's going to crash? Is that what he was saying?
Who? The fish?
No, Astro.
Oh, I wasn't looking at what he was predicting. I'm already figuring it's going to go down. I'm pretty sure that he's going to probably end up jumping on that boat too. But he's staring. I think he's staring at AMC, hoping that no matter what, it's going to end up popping out. He's got that Wyckoff indicator. Did you see that thing? He custom made that. I think that's TradingView too.
I think he said, from what I got from the video, I don't know. I think he was saying that a market collapse is basically inevitable, and that's what they're waiting for, is because we're still in AMC and GME, and we won't give up our positions, and they're not used to that, so they're trying to hold it up.
Well, you figure this is
That's
what
what I
I'll
took from the video, but I don't know.
this is what I'll tell everybody that's worried about the market crash that is coming. In order to feel the crash, like, I mean, everybody's going to feel a little bit of the crash, but not like a 50, 60%er. You want to buy into a stock that is either heavily shorted or a value investment. AMC and GME are both of those, heavily shorted and value investments. Now, you also want to buy into a stock that people aren't leveraged on, as in margin accounts. We've been being preached for the entire year, get off of margin accounts, because whenever there is a crash, the stock's already at the bottom. It's not overpriced. If it was, then it would come falling right down when the market gets spanked. So the benefit of not being in a margin account does one of two things. It eliminates you from getting a margin call, which they love to do. It's one of their dirty tricks. And two, if they can't stop loss you out or margin call you out, then you're not selling. So they can't tank the price very much. They can make it look like it's dipping, but that's about it. And we're probably in one of the safer stocks. The stocks that have margin, when the market decides to dip, will get blasted. And the ones that don't have margin won't move as much. So what that will do is, while their assets are dropping in price, their liabilities aren't budging. Now, they'll move down a little bit with the market, but that's only because, like, it's just the way the market works. But you won't see that massive correction like the rest of the market's going to get. So at that point, it'll make us bounce off the bottom better, and it should give you a nice, like, what happens when there's a big dip buy on AMC? People buy it up. Now, nobody's going to be scared to buy that dip. So you think about it. What happened with the last big crash? People took a couple days and panicked before they got back into the stock market.
Exactly.
What's going to happen this time? You're going to see red candles and say, buy, buy, buy. Big difference. You're not scared of that dip. You're waiting for that dip. So
that's right.
Now, when they dip the stock price, what they're doing is they're hoping to get all these people scared that sell their stock, so they spend their money to drive the price down. And then when they go to buy everything back, they're fighting us with the stock, so they won't get as many shares. So what's going to happen is they're going to dig their hole deeper, and that will probably, if anything, that should guarantee the squeeze.
Fear is the number one motivator in the stock market.
Trickery is the second one. When they trick you into selling when you shouldn't have sold, like a flash crash, people panic and they sell into the market and they guarantee their losses.
If there was a fear indicator, that'd be the number one indicator I put on my my chart.
Yeah, I would buy when fear is at peak. It should have like a fear and a euphoria indicator. Whenever people are like drooling over their stock gains, that's when you want to sell. Whenever the people are scared and they're panicking, whatever, that's when you want to buy. Uh-oh.
What was she barking at?
I don't know. Somebody walked by.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. We're in a pretty safe stock. If Deep Value was back online, I'm pretty sure he would say these stocks are still oversold. If I remember right, wasn't the stock trading at 150 when he bought like 50,000 more shares?
Yeah, I think it was, and I would think that he's still in that play.
I'm pretty sure he is.
I'm sure he's not out of it.
Let me see if I can find that cut. I don't know if I'm allowed to play that or not. let's see if I got the right spot here. All right, let's play this one real quick. See if it has the part that I'm looking for where they say, if you're so confident or something, why don't you buy more? And he's like, sure, that's what I'll do, or something like that.
Members of the committee, I am happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I am not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree when I graduated from Stonehill College in 2009. That was not a good time to be looking for a job. From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In April 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife Caroline and I were thrilled that I had an income and benefits. My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients, and I did not recommend stocks for them to buy. Before and after I joined MassMutual, I studied and followed stocks. One of those was GameStop. In early June of 2019, the price of GameStop stock declined below what I thought was its fair value. I invested in GameStop in 2019 and 2020 because, as I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. 2 important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue for GameStop. Second, I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business. I am hardly the only person who has advocated these points. When I wrote and spoke about GameStop in social media with other individual investors, our conversations were no different from people in a bar or on a golf course or at home talking or arguing about a stock. Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors and influence the market is preposterous. My post did not cause the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares. It is tragic that some people lost money, and my heart goes out to them. But what happened in January just demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to visit my family in Brockton for the holidays. The money will go such a long way for us. We had an incredibly difficult 2020. Most difficult was the tragic and unexpected loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it. It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market. And I am thankful that this committee is examining what happened. I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Yes, of course, I do. I
must have missed the part where they said something about would you buy more shares? So that question must come up later at a different point, but pretty much, I mean, he did say at one point he was going to buy more shares, and that's exactly what he went and did. So now, as you can see, he was talking about how they over-expected the bankruptcy and underestimated the value of the company. That's why he bought in. That's the same exact reason for AMC. They actually thought the bankruptcy was going to be more guaranteed than it was, and now they're mistaken. And it's pretty much guaranteed a squeeze play. Because when you got the shorts doing what they did and the company doesn't go bankrupt, they can't get rid of those shares. Typically, that's what they do. They drive the company into bankruptcy, and then the shares get sold by retail, and they basically get out of their positions at pennies on the dollar. So they make easy money. Usually they always win. This time they didn't. So that's why they made a rule that you can't make squeeze plays happen. It's illegal because it causes so much damage. That shouldn't even be a rule. Like, just because they picked out the stock should be bankrupt, they got caught. You know, who gives them the right to go and determine what companies live or fail? And that's the problem. They picked these two companies to go bust. They're massive companies globally, and they didn't break. So all them shares that they poured into the stock to try to drive it into bankruptcy are still there. They went further, figuring that they would win, and they lost. So, like I said, every share you buy now, just expect it to be worth at least $1,000 more per share. And to me, that's why I keep buying more. I know in the long run, don't know when, but all them shares that I buy, each one is worth at least 1,000 more per. Now I'm hoping closer to 5 to 10, but we'll see how that plays out. I'll take whatever they give me, as long as it's like a big number and respectable. I'm not going to settle for 100 to 300. Wouldn't make sense. I didn't come this far just to get $300 per share. So,
and I'll just say that, you know, I like the stock. That's why I'm in the stock. I mean, it's the oldest movie theater company in the world, right? I mean, it's been around for over 100 years. I didn't think there was a chance of them going bankrupt, and I needed to get in, and I got deep value in that, you know. My shares are very low, and I have a right to be in this play. So just like Roaring Kitty says, you know, I like the stock. That's it.
yeah, now there's a whole list of these stocks that we can be looking at. I mean, but out of all of them, I mean, my favorite, no matter what I keep looking at, AMC and GME, they're both solid gold. I'm not even sure if I believe any of the numbers with GME as far as like the short interest, like the buying, the selling, the price. Like, none of it I don't think is even realistic. But it's got me confused because I constantly see them really high up on the active orders trading list, and it doesn't make sense because they're like almost 1/7 the amount of shares as AMC. They should never be on that list. they keep popping on there. That means those retail investors over on that side are solid. They're faithful and they keep pouring more money in. And, it's just a matter of time. Both these stocks are going to explode. And it's just, it would be unfortunate if the system itself could actually mess that up in any which type of way to where it skims off the top and we don't get a top dollar. Like, I personally want to see, like, a lot of these hedge funds go completely bust and have to explain themselves on why they screwed their investors over. If you're using investors' money, you should definitely not be shorting it. So people should be looking at their retirement accounts to find out and see which one of their funds are using their money right and wrong. There should be a lot more transparency on that, because if you're putting your money into Goldman Sachs and you think, oh, it's safe here, and they're shorting the entire market and you're about to lose your money, how do you know? They're not telling
the mainstream media should be reporting on it, period.
Yeah, they ain't helping at all.
Not at all.
So that's the other problem. It's self-regulation. They've been allowed to do it for so many years. In 2008, that's when the problem came in. They were supposed to go to a new system, and they decided to self-regulate and give them money instead of, like, forcing oversight. So it was definitely a bad thing that happened in 2008, and they just dug the hole deeper. I think they just wanted more money. They're greedy. And so far, they're getting it. They got like $19 trillion pumped into the economy. It ends up on Wall Street anyways. So they always indirectly get it all. Beverly says, great. Listen, like to know of the BS science of Big Pharma, who made billions and censored the alternative opinion for 2 years other than the mRNA emergency experimental jab. Yeah, that in itself feels like more of a scam that was put on the American people, because I know a lot of people that aren't doing good that got that thing, and it's not cool.
Not at all.
And it's not because I'm for or against. I'm just looking at facts that I know from a close friend of mine. Both of her parents got it, and both of them have blood clots. So they can
You
say
should
it's
have
not
a right to choice, period. This is America. The right to choice. That's all I say.
I mean, like I said, I'm not pro or against the shot thing. But when you see the facts, you see other people suffering from it. I mean, it's not cool.
No, not at all.
They could have gave people a heads up once they realized what's wrong, but they just basically swept it under the rug and said, keep getting it. And that's gross negligence.
They're still trying to push it today.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the information.
Punch you in the eye says, so glad the other guy isn't on anymore. Dude was a goofball. Yeah, I just made a thumbnail while we were watching the Astro video. Basically, like, an evidence video is coming up. I want to provide proof of my claims, so it's not just like, trust me, bro. I got facts that I want to bring out just to get it out there, and then we can leave it to rest. And Cam's already been blocked. All his stuff, all his people that support that have been blocked. So, like I said, I want to put the last of the evidence and proof out so I can back up my statements, and then we can move on from there and just not look back. I mean, bad people do bad things and got caught. So I was warned by many people, and I should have listened. So
we appreciate everybody in the chat. We respect everybody's opinion. It is what it is.
Beverly says, when you're forced, it's disgraceful. Yeah, I agree 100% with that statement. It should have been choice. I believe in choice. Whether you're for or against anything, you should still have the choice. To be honest, I would have rather seen people. I would have rather sat back and watched people take it and observed myself to figure out if I wanted it, instead of being forced to take anything. because that's what it should be, is personal observation. And that's where you should be making your decisions. Plus, you should have been allowed to talk to people, which they censored that on all platforms. So you couldn't even talk to people about it to figure out what was true and what wasn't. Meanwhile, they were making money on it. So again, that's fraud on the American people.
They did it because they pride on people's income to do it. That's, you know.
That's what the CCP does to its people. Yeah, they're dirty over there, man. Like, not the Chinese people, but the government. Like, I've seen some of that stuff that they do over there, and it just makes me sick. Like, when Boss Blunts came on here and he put a video out showing one of the guys was mad because the supermarket's closed and he couldn't get food for his family, that's sickening, because, like, these supply chain delays are being put out on purpose to try to slow food down to the market and everything like that. Like, the truck drivers have to get the shot to deliver to certain places. It's crazy. That's why we're getting everything delayed. There's already a limited supply of truckers as it is. Why would you complicate it, make it worse? We're light on nurses. Let's force them to go get the ouchie. And if they don't, we're going to limit our supply of nurses even more. It doesn't make sense. Like, if you're having a hard time getting nurses or truckers, why would you go and get rid of the ones you got? They're supposedly essential, and you treat them like crap. So to me, that's stupid. That's not how business is supposed to be run.
I think they should have put it on hold and waited for a decision from the courts. Just my thought.
Opinion, nurses should have got paid a lot more than they got paid during that time. Because there was a chance that if everything was as bad as it said it was, there's a chance you can go in and do your job and you might not be able to come home to your family because you're infected. Yep, so they put themselves in harm's way, and they got nothing for it but forced to take an ouchie. And
it was okay for them to work on your family member during the middle of it when there was no vaccine. It was okay for them to put their life at risk to save your family member. But then it's not okay when they want to push the vaccine. Now you got to get a new job. That's wrong. That's just absolutely wrong.
Yeah, Dynamite says he quit his job because of it. I would have done the same thing. They were talking about doing checkpoints over here where you had to provide your paperwork. I threw mine in the garbage. I told them I ain't giving them nothing. Make me. This is America. This isn't China.
Nope.
For all these people, we pay their bills with taxes. We pay the police, and they want to go and try to, like, push laws on us. Say we have to go and get permission slips to drive around. I think they better look at who they're talking to. We pay the taxes. People need to wake up, realize we are the kings, not the servants. The government and the officials are the servants. We are the kings. So we don't act like it because we've been tricked into thinking that the system is there for us. But we're not like other countries. We're backwards. We're supposed to be at the top, not the servants.
Agreed.
History has not been taught right. That's the problem. Like, we need real history brought back, not this goofy stuff that we're being taught now.
Why do you think they don't want to teach your children cursive writing anymore?
Well, the cursive writing was a signature, like a handprint. Like, they used it so they can identify true signatures. They don't need it no more. Now all they need is a identification number with a PIN, possibly a second form of verification, and you're set. So you don't even need a signature no more. So that's kind of the old way of doing it, is keeping paper documents. Everything now is digital paper trails. So we kind of did it.
That's not why they did it, though. They did it so that the children today can't read the Constitution of the United States or the Bill of Rights.
Ah, that might be. That's a good point.
Believe me, I got the document. They can't read it. It's crazy to think about, but if they can't read it, how are they going to know what their rights are?
Well, you look at all the things that's going on right now. They're all provided as distractions, like the whole transgender and like sports thing. Do you really think they care about transgender going into the sports? No. But what it's doing is they're like, hey, look, a transgender in swimming, as they're over here ripping off the country. smokescreen is what it is. That's why I didn't pay any attention to it. It's still kind of stupid in my opinion that they're doing it, but like the people that are worried about it's going to go fight that off and fix it. And by the time we get that problem fixed, they've already ripped off trillions of dollars over here. So got to stay focused on who the real enemy is and who the real problem is. And we're staring at transgender. And, you know, I mean, granted, you don't want that in your bathroom or with your kids the way that they're trying to push that in there. But it's a distraction that we should be focusing on, like the stock market, the government, the overseas stuff. But instead they're like, hey, look, transgender swimmer. So everything's a distraction. Don't get caught in it.
Exactly. They distract from everything so they can rob Peter to pay Paul and all kinds of other craziness.
Now, the thing that I wonder, like the moves that they're making to go and find all the money in the bank accounts, they almost had to do that anyways. So, like, they need to know how much the banks owe the people because the banks can't ever pay you back. They never could. It was all a lie. Since when did the banking system ever have your money? Never. They haven't had it since I was born. So I could have put in $1 million and I would only be able to pull out like $100,000. But if I want my $1 million, they got to go take Mediocre Traders, Beverly's, Chris's, Miss Harris's, and they take all your money and they give it to me. Now they're broke. So the system is built on a Ponzi scheme. The whole system. So in order to stop that scheme, you have to figure out how much damage is done. So that's what they're doing, is they're assessing the damage by looking at all the information in the accounts. Now they're trying to say that you can't take out more than $600 or whatever that stupid rule was. What's going on, Brazil? How you doing, man? So what they were doing there, and I still have a sneaky suspicion they're going to try to put the brakes on the banking system. They know it's out of control. They know your money's not there. And if we get the squeeze play to happen, you know people are going to be pulling their money out. The money that's moving around is all digital. So where's the physical going to show up? When you go and pull out your money out of the bank to go do something, buy supplies or whatever, the money's not going to be in the bank waiting. It's not there. Never was.
Even car loans and home loans are, you know, a way for them to make money, right? If they have a collapse every 10 years and they get you into a loan that you can't pay back, what do you think happens to that piece of property in the end? Right? They get to take that and resell it and make their money again.
Now, there was a guy that went to court and fought a
They
bank
never lose.
that I can't remember exactly what the terms are on it, but it was really weird. The term was something about the way the bank creates the money. They have to actually provide something that they physically have to you to make you pay it back. So the guy went out and bought a house, and the bank provided digital information. That was it. They never provided actual physical cash to pay for the house. It was all digital transfer. The guy ended up winning that he didn't have to pay off the house because of the fact that the bank created digital money and never provided actual money for paying off the house. So he never actually had to pay back physical because he never got a physical loan. He got a digital loan. So there was like some sort of weird thing that happened and he got a free house out of it. So kind of blew my mind at the fact that based upon the bank's terms, they never actually fulfilled the agreement by giving you real money to pay for anything. So you don't have to actually pay back real when you never receive real. Now, I'm not exactly sure how that term went, but there was a bank or there was a court hearing over that, and a guy won. So I'm going to have to dig that one up and see if I can find it, but it was super interesting how he got a free house.
Think about when you pay your car off, right? You buy a brand new car and you get a loan and you pay it off, right? mail you the title until it's paid off, right?
Mm,
Who do you think is holding that title to that vehicle the whole time you're paying for it?
bank.
Nobody. It's not even printed. Your state's registry prints it. You just have an agreement. So somebody from the bank, when the time comes up, has to go to the registry. That's when they print that title. That title's brand new. They're not holding no title. How would they know? Think about how long they would have to hold that title. 3 years?
True. Yeah, they print off a brand new title.
They go to the registry and get it printed, and there you go. He paid off his loan. That's it. All you have when you leave the dealership is paperwork saying that you purchased it. Loan paperwork. That's it.
Agreement. Yeah, just an agreement. Yeah, everything is so backwards. Like, by the time we figure out what truth is actually happening, it's going to be probably too late. Hopefully the system does kind of get forced to fix itself and become more for the people the way it was intended. D-Money says, we the people get paid by their employers and banks, move them into insurance policies because they automatically get 12 to 14% to move that money. The rest of the money is lent out with interest. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They admitted that nationally, I think the banks are less than 85%. Or not less than 85%. They lent out 85% of your money. So that should scare you. Like, you're going to work your butt off, put all your money in your savings account, and you don't get to do nothing with it. They are. It's like having a margin account in the stock market where you go and buy shares and they lend out your shares. It's the same exact thing. Nothing's any different. Now, a stock run or a bank run means that whenever there's like a mass exiting of the stocks, which I still wonder how that works. If you sell the stock, the money has to come out of the system. And that too could also cause a squeeze, which makes no freaking sense if you ask me. So you figure if they printed off 4.8 billion shares and 800,000 shares get sold, or 800 million shares get sold, they have to cover that with cash. They've already spent that money and it's not there. So now they have to cover all those sales, and those people get to go and leave and get out of the stock market. That causes a problem. That drains the broker, and then when they go and cash out of the bank, that drains the bank. And that's a massive problem. So I know it makes absolutely no sense. It is completely backwards from what makes sense. But when you get into the synthetics, the only thing I could think is they're just giving you IOUs for your stock certificates. They don't have your money.
Yeah, Savvy says, when I bought my car, the dealership asked me to finance it instead of paying cash for it. I refused. They were not happy. And you're right, they weren't, because you dictated the price of that vehicle. So dealerships get paid a markup on that in the form of interest rate. That's a big secret that dealerships don't say. They're all involved. It's the whole system is ridiculous. Any part of it that you look at is not on the up and up. You know, why would the dealership make money on interest? That would be the bank. But look into it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Now, what I'm looking at right now, if you calculate what appears to be the total float of the shares times the stock price currently, it gives you a grand total of $78 billion for the market cap on this stock. We're not trading at that. Now, that's if they didn't have to cover any of them shares. That's what we're looking for them to do. We're looking for them to cover those shares, because then that number could start multiplying and going higher. So now, again, this is like way off topic. Let me pull this up here. There's the calculator. I basically took the 4.8 billion shares that I think is out there, times it by, what is it, 1650? I think that's close to the price. It comes up with $80 billion. Obviously, it's not trading at close to that, but if you get them to cover 4 billion shares, this number will start multiplying. And that's what we're trying to create. Now, the problem that I'm seeing here is if a chunk of people sold off, they would have to pay that money out. I'm pretty sure they don't have it because Robinhood didn't have $3 billion. Can you imagine when like so many people sell off at the same time? It would create a margin call on Robinhood. I'm not saying to go sell. I'm just saying that's what they've done to us. I think that when there's going to be people that pay per hand regardless. And that's the crappy part of it. But what I'm thinking is the more shares we buy, the more that it adds to this number. And I don't understand, like at some point, this number will have to stop going up because they can't keep making those. But I don't think they've put that rule into place to stop rehypothecation. Once they stop rehypothecation, the second number will start going up because they can't move this one up. So if they move up the total float that's out there, this number will keep slowly increasing and this number will keep dropping to offset it. But once they quit rehypothecating, this number will have to go up and this number will expand. So I know it sounds complicated, but it's almost exactly what they're doing to us. Is rehypothecation is destroying the market. It's stealing money aggressively. When you can loan out the same share multiple times, that's how you get over the float. And even if they've only lent the shares, all the shares out there twice, you got to keep in mind that you already own the float. If they lend it out twice, that means there could be 3 times the float out there. And that's what Fidelity was saying, that the use of transparency is going to expose that shares were lent out more than once. Well, why would they be lent out more than once? Is because there's no more shares available, and even they know it. And they have a lot of shares. So why would they be lending them out twice? Because they can't get them. And that's the problem. When nobody has any shares, they just keep lending out the same ones they got. Rehypothecation to infinity. So we need the SEC to come up with a rule that says no more rehypothecation. It's not right. It's theft. I mean, if I buy a car, I should get a car, not an IOU, and then they can loan it out. They give you an IOU and they lend it out. Like, what kind of shenanigans is that?
So their thinking on that is they're thinking that if they keep dragging it out and dragging it out and dragging it out, they're going to scare people out of the stock, and just people aren't going to want to wait, and they're going to pull out. That's their end goal, I think.
Savvy says Astros Part 3 was great. Yeah, I'm going to probably pull that up and check it out. I like all Astros videos. Pretty smart dude. Now, where I came up with the 4.8 billion shares, it's a combination between the vote that I did, there was a poll that I did, and it showed how many people had over 1,000 shares, and it was surprisingly much bigger than you thought. I mean, we could do it again here, and this will just tell it to you. How many shares do you own? One poll would be less than 1,000, and second poll will be less than or greater than, more than 1,000.
So I'll say this. And when Adam Aaron said, what was it, a year ago, when he said the average investor owns 120 shares or something like that?
Yeah, Adam was definitely fibbing.
Yeah, I don't think that was correct either, because I was like,
right.
Man.
He's right. We own more than 120 shares per person, but way more than 120 shares per person.
Just look around. There's people, I thought I had a lot of shares. There's people with more shares than me. And I'm like, okay. And people like to brag about how many shares they got.
Now, would this be a true statement? Every investor has at least one share?
Yeah.
Would they have at least, most of them probably have at least 5 shares? Yeah. So if he
Yeah.
says the average investor has at least 120 shares, average, yeah, that's probably right. But he's never going to tell you the actual number, because if there's an investigation going on, supposedly you got to go tell the SEC. Supposedly they're going to look into it, and they didn't do nothing. So you're supposed to run to the SEC with your evidence and your finding, so they can take care of it. And what that means is sweep it under the rug.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. Because what has the SEC done?
They admit that they need coffee money to do any kind of work, which means bribe money. If you can put a big enough tip in that coffee cup, they'll do your work for you. That's pretty much what they were saying. Give me coffee and I'll do work for you.
It's crazy. Haven't done anything. They haven't fixed one issue that I don't want to say AMC 8th because it's just broader than that. Like you could say any American citizen, there you go, complained about. They haven't done nothing.
Peter said he was thinking about getting some GME in case they're stupid enough not to end this before the split. I honestly think that GME is going to go up after that split anyways, because it's going to be cheaper. I think it's going to be more attractive, and I think people will buy it. So
is that when the dividend goes in?
They're voting on it June 9th.
I'm thinking about getting in before then, to be honest with you.
Chris says he owns about 620, so I feel about average. Well, we'll have to find out, because that poll is going to be such a broad poll.
I don't want anybody to be ashamed on what they do own. You know, be proud of what you own. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter how much you got. I appreciate every one of you.
We got 17 votes. If we can get a couple more votes in here, I'll close the poll off so you can get a quick check. But I did this and like only 130 some people voted in it, and it was quite shocking. This is excluding whales. This is just the average investor, because you exclude the big whales that have like 10,000, 15, 25, 50, and 45,000. I mean, obviously they're going to bring the average up. But just looking at the poll right now, and this should not be even close to true. We got 21 votes right now, and I'm going to end the poll in 3, 2, and 1. Now, Adam Aaron said that the average investor owns 120 shares per person. If you look at the vote, it came in 65% of the people said they own more than 1,000 shares.
And I didn't even vote.
So would it be safe to say that the average people on the voting poll have at least an average of 500 shares per person? Yes, that's probably pretty close to a true statement. If you calculate that out, the average person probably has closer to 600 shares per person, which is many times over the float. So when Adam said that the average investor has about, didn't he say more than 120 shares per person average? So obviously it's a true statement, but you can tell by the numbers we're over the float probably. And you're going to see this across the board in all polls. Majority of the people, or at least 50-50, own more than 1,000 shares. So they know that they're screwing the people. They know we've caught on. And now they don't know what to do to fix it. They can't fix it. They have to admit that the system has been broken for so long, and it will create a massive transfer of wealth.
And they're not willing to give up their wealth as part of the problem. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Just like everything else that happens in this country,
Yeah, and the thing is, they want the whole world to think the stock market is like the safest place to invest, when here it's actually the biggest criminal organization I've ever seen. You got so many criminals wrapped up in it. The statement legal circus is pretty much exactly what it is. Legal circus.
You'd probably be better off taking the money you put in the AMs. Now, I'm just kind of making a joke. Don't take it seriously. God. But the market's so corrupt. You'd probably be better off taking your money that you put in the AMC and going to the casino and just. It's about the same odds. Sad.
Chris says 2/3 of the people have over 100 or have over 1,000 shares per person. So I mean, that tells you right there, like we're over the float probably. They made excuses why it can't be possible. I mean, every way you look at it, every poll you do, people are going to come up with the same numbers that were, either 50% of the people or more have over 1,000 shares, and that shouldn't be, not even close. Should not even be close to that number. So we've been lied to, and it's kind of obvious.
I mean, I think it's crazy, like, because they brought the price way back down here again. They made it easy for people to get 1,000 shares again. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. The lower they bring the price, the more dangerous it gets for them, I think. So I laugh when they drop the price. I think it's, thank you. You're only helping our cause. Because if we don't ever stop buying, what are they going to do? What's the end game?
End game's lots of bankruptcies is what it is. They know it. What happens to a hedge fund when they have 12x leverage and they get caught into a squeeze play? Ask Lehman Brothers.
Exactly.
Ask Lehman Brothers what happened.
I'm pretty sure this is worse than 2008.
They poof, gone. So what do you think is going to happen with Goldman Sachs with 136 times leverage? Poof. And that's just one of them. I'm pretty sure the market maker is already at 12x leverage. Poof. So, I mean, now where's the money come from? Where does it go? I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing is they're setting up the system to make sure it's ready for that day when everything goes poof, it's gone. You're definitely going to have a changing of the guard. That's for sure. I mean, you're going to have all these big hedge funds that thought they had money. I mean, they're going to be out there looking for handouts. Go from a billionaire to a thousandaire real quick. They're not ready to go get a real job.
The problem is back in 2008, people didn't realize what was going on in the markets, right? People lost a lot of money, but they didn't understand the markets. That's the whole name of the game, to have people not understand the markets, right? But today, they took so long that the apes, the smooth-brained apes, actually went out and did some research and figured out we're getting screwed and that it's major corruption, right? So now, when it does happen, they're going to try to run the Congress for money. And are you going to call your congressperson and say, oh, hell no? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, Robert Kiyosaki, I think he's brilliant, to be honest. Smart guy, made himself rich. Did you see Robert Kiyosaki's video on rising inflation? I might have. I'm not sure which ones I've seen. He does put out a pretty decent amount of videos, and they're longer. I do recommend people to go check out his videos because very smart guy. And like he has a video, or he has a board game called Rat Race. I think it's Rat Race. And it's expensive. It's like $100 board game. I bought it because like it's pretty interesting on how you basically get stuck in a rat race until you can figure out how to get smart enough to make enough money to get out of it. And once you get out, then you can live a real life. And it's brilliant. There's so many different ways that you can actually increase your cash flow. Or that's what it's called. It's called cash flow, not rat race. That's just one of the components in there is rat race. But pretty interesting game. Definitely check it out. It's pretty hard to get a hold of anymore.
No, I like the guy. I mean, I tell my kids, you gotta, check out this guy. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It's a good story, And he talks about his real dad and it was his friend's dad. His friend's dad was his rich dad, and his real dad was a school teacher. He's an interesting guy, and you know, for a guy like that to sit down and put his information out. There's another guy I watch on YouTube who's pretty smart. He's kind of a loudmouth. But if you're interested in real estate and stuff like that, I would check out Ben Mala if you want to learn the real estate game, because that guy puts it out there too.
Yeah, I've been watching Robert Kiyosaki for a while. If I remember right, he likes silver too. Beverly says the best thing about this movement for me is all that I've learned. Yeah, this movement has brought a lot of education for a huge group of people. And it's very nice because, like, for the first time ever, people are starting to understand the stock market. And the only problem with that is we expose the stock market too.
Exactly.
So we learned all the little dirty tricks that can be played, and we also started realizing how bad the dirty tricks that are being played. So now it gives us a legitimate reason to complain about it, and they're not even trying to fix it. They're like, drag the feet, kick the can. But the problem is there's still an underlying variable. Two companies they thought were going bankrupt didn't go bankrupt. They're still here, and they're about to burn a hole in somebody's pocket. Bad. So, I mean, the longer it goes, the more pain they're gonna suffer. They need GameStop and AMC to go bankrupt. It's not going to happen. I mean, you look at it, Adam Aron has so much cash on hand. What could they possibly do to make that company go bankrupt now? Nothing. They've already spent so many billions of shares trying to drive the price down. It's
that cold thingamodoohickey, that's all over, so that can't really hurt them anymore.
Yeah.
But there's something else I wanted to say about what was it I was going to tell you guys? I don't remember. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's what I was going to tell you. So the reason why retail short sellers hate AMC and GameStop and all these meme stocks, right, is because you exposed the game now, right? We've exposed the game with learning. Okay, so in the end, think about it. The stock market is going to be forever changed after this, right? It's not going to be the same game it once was, because once you know the game, you can make money in the game. So now those people that's exposed, right? The game is exposed now to more people. So it's going to be interesting. I'll tell you that much. I'm interested to see where it goes. If that makes sense.
I'm writing a message here. Give me a second.
No, you're good. But yeah, like all the education and the stuff that the apes have been doing is the market's never seen an influx of people that are getting smarter and smarter every day. So that puts a hurt on how they make their money. I think it's just my opinion.
I had a comment. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So in this process of becoming an AMC shareholder or GME shareholder, whichever one you will look at it as, one thing we did learn that we instead of them playing their game with us, shorting everything and stealing all of our money, we found out that we can go pick a highly shorted stock, jump in as a group, target it. Basically, we're hunting over shorted stocks. We target it, we jump in on it, we buy and hold until it squeezes. That's pretty much it. We buy and hold until it pops, we make our money, we jump out, and there's a new target. Jump on that, do the same thing. They have no answer for any of this because they don't want people knowing that there's a lot of shorts in a play, because exactly this thing can happen. So now there's two things. They can hide all the information, which is probably their intentions, but the SEC is forced to go and basically, so if you look at it, FINRA is supposedly reporting short interest a little bit more accurately. It's still not accurate enough, but they're going to probably still fudge the numbers and hide them. I think that family office thing that Biggums was talking about, I think that they're going to start taking their short interest and hiding it in family offices so they don't have to report it. And then that will artificially suppress the price or the short interest so their targets don't get hit. And probably conspiracy theory until it's proven, but you figure we have now targets, we have a strategy, and it will work over and over and over. Tesla was the same thing, highly shorted stock, good company. People jumped on it. They dogpiled in on it, squeezed the shorts, and a lot of people made millions off the backs of the hedge funds. So their days of being dishonest and playing a negative market, they should be scared. And they're not. They're playing a game. What's happening is that they hold us from getting our money. We won't blow the next play up. So they're just delaying it. They're slowing the process down. Savvy says, I'm hanging on. They're not shaking me off. Yeah, I'm going to, even if they crash the market, I'm going to still hold through it and buy more. So I'm not going anywhere until they pay me the way that they're supposed to.
That's the name of the game, right? That's their whole end goal with a market crash is to get retail to sell out. And then they buy in before retail gets in. They get a better deal. They make their money. Retail gets in after. Retail loses their money. That's the game, right? So if you never sell, it doesn't matter what the stock is really. I mean, if you never sold and it comes back up to where you had it before, what did you lose? Absolutely nothing. They gained zero off of you. But if you sold and then bought back in, there's a chance that you lose money if you bought in higher than what your previous point was, right? So that difference is what you basically lost, because if you would have just held, you would have made that money. It works many different ways, but that's the whole purpose of what they do, is to get people to sell out, get fearful, and buy back in. I suggest people go read Warren Buffett's quotes. I mean, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Warren Buffett said he doesn't worry about shorts because they're considered future buyers. So as long as the shorts are still there, we still have a huge pile of future buyers. And that's what we're basically holding on, waiting for the future buyers to pay us. Like, they're going to have to buy. No matter what rule they change, we still have a pile of future buyers waiting to be forced to be bought in. And that's pretty much it. That's what makes me excited about the play, is the fact that I know that there's a lot more future buyers coming, and it's not us. It's the guys with the big money that have to come in because they got a position that they need to get rid of. So that's why I buy more every single week. I mean, I just got another, what the heck was it, 200 more shares for this month. I mean, it's not much, but I just keep adding to it. And as you keep getting more, I mean, no matter what the payout total is on the end, like, I don't want to put out a number out there, but it's definitely worth a lot more than what it's sitting at now. And like I said, to me, it's a retirement account. I get to retire after they buy in. So,
I mean, here's the other thing that people aren't really talking about, and I'm just going to talk on AMC real quick. I can't really do the same thing with GameStop because I'm not sure where it should actually be. But if you look at AMC, it was trading between $25 and $30 in 2019 and 18, I believe. So if you just expect that the company is, when it was making money, was doing well, that's where it should be trading at. Just think about it. And if you're above that price, then now's the time. And I don't give financial advice, but if I was in a position where I was paying I was stuck at a higher price, I would be, cost averaging down. I would be buying shares to bring my average down. And as long as I was under a specific amount, I know I'm going to play at a valuable price, right? Because I believe fundamentally it's worth $25 to $30, somewhere in that range. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, if you can average down, you get below your dollar cost average below that, then you're in good shape. I mean, you can hold that till you're 60, depending on how old you are. It doesn't matter, right? As long as financially you could do it.
I don't want to wait till I'm 60. I'm hoping they get this game all fixed up sooner. But
I do.
I honestly think it's going to happen under a different administration. I think we're going to have a changing of the guard at the SEC. If not, it's going to be forced by like so many different components. Like there's the executive order, there's the split coming up. There's so many different things that I'm kind of hoping one of these things is actually the catalyst to start kicking things off. And then pretty much it's a domino effect. Once you get one to fall over, if it knocks the next one over, and it should dogpile from there. And I'm really hoping that maybe Boss Blunts is right about the executive order, and we could finally get ours the way it was supposed to be. And it has been long, grueling, but no matter what the process is, I mean, in the long run, it will be worth it. Difference is, what advantages do hedge funds have not to cover before the GME dividends in June? I don't understand why not. There's actually a safe window. They were smart. They'd start trying to get out. Somebody did make a good comment. Where was it hiding here? Following right on top of that, it says, Houston Wade said GME, the yes vote will take 30 days after the vote and the board decision for the split to come into effect. I hope that's right, because if that's true, that would give you July 9th, and that would be wonderful. So I could definitely wait till July 9th to find out and see if the catalyst kicks in. So something's going to kick things off. We're just waiting to see what it is. Evergrande hasn't officially went bust. That's being delayed from what I understand.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I think that will be a catalyst, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully it is. Maybe I'm just wishfully thinking everything, but I know something's going to kick it. I don't know what it's going to be. I was joking around hoping Elon would say, skip Twitter. I'm going to go buy AMC. Because he's already got the money out. Why not? He could buy both the stocks in complete full. He's got $17 trillion or $1 billion over there in Tesla's vault. So why not? They could really cause a mess for the SEC.
I don't know. I think Elon didn't do that because I think Elon pretty sure we got it under control.
Well, the reason why I say it is because if you look at Volkswagen, like, who doesn't know about the Volkswagen squeeze? And if anybody knew that when Porsche went in and bought that 74% of the company, Porsche made $10 billion profit from that deal.
Mm-hmm.
So if Elon was smart, he could be looking over there saying, hey, wait, that looks like $20 billion sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Who wouldn't do that? You know what I mean? Like, who would not do that play? But, I mean, I don't know. I can see Elon doing just...
Well, we would get the chance to vote on that, right?
On which one?
If Elon wanted to buy AMC, the shareholders get a vote. So if he only offered, say, $60 a share, we could vote no.
Well, that was a hostile takeover. You look at it, 34%, I think it was 34% got bought in stock, and then like 40% got bought in options or something like that, or maybe it was 44% in stock and 30% options. I can't remember. It worked out to be 74%. And when the options come through to where they get executed, and it's that many, that is like sudden death for the hedge funds. Like, done. And they knew it. That's why they ran out so quick and made one of the most beautiful squeezes you can imagine. But here's the thing. That's nothing compared to the way AMC and GME are set up. Like, that company didn't get attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked by shorts. They had 12% reported shorting. We got 20%, and that number is obviously probably not close to true. So when you think about that, the damage could be way more than what we think, which means a bigger explosion. And still being conservative.
Who do they think they're they're fooling by saying 20% though. If we own 3 times the float, you know it's higher than 20%, obviously. But that's what I don't understand. Why? Who do they think they're fooling?
Well,
Normal
I
people?
think this is why they drove the price down, because there's honest hedge funds out there that are willing to report the truth and tell exactly what they have shorted. And that's what's happening. We got the honest ones telling the truth, and they admitted to 20%. The dishonest ones have already hid their numbers off the books and act like they don't have a short position. So they drove the price down to try to trick the honest ones to get out, and they never left. So that's what I'm thinking is happening, is they lowered the price down to try to get an exit of the ones that reported honestly, and they didn't leave. So that's what my thoughts are. I think it backfired on them. They spent all that money trying to drive it down so they can go, hey, look, Ortex is reading 5%. The play is over. And it didn't work because the honest hedge funds, for whatever reason, said, we're going to ride this out. I don't know why. Maybe it was a plan. I have no idea. You would have thought the 20% would have got out and left all the other ones that are hiding their numbers. They would have stayed in and tried to ride it to the end. But even the honest ones didn't get out. So I really don't know what that means, but I understand what's going on with it, because that's probably exactly why they drove the price down. And it didn't work. Did not work. Nobody left, short-wise. So now what do? They got the price down here, and they got 2 choices. Yank the price down and hope that the shorts exit so they can make their claim that the play is done, which it's not. Or they can just accept defeat, realize that this split is coming, rules are coming, phase 5 is coming, phase 6 is coming. I mean, they're trapped into a corner. Now they have to do something. And I don't think this is going to go on too much longer.
I hope not, but if it does, I'm not going anywhere until I get my money. I want my money.
Yeah. Boss Blunt says it best.
What's Boss Blunt say? We're going to be what? We're going to be what? Come on, chat, help me out. How rich are we going to be, chat? How rich are we going to be?
Richard says, kind of scared of the digital dollar. It may change things. Oh, it's done to definitely change things, but I don't know. You figure the squeeze that's coming will probably ruin the financial system. The digital dollar just guarantees that there's liquidity floating around, like a bunch of IOUs. Instead of them being locked in like banks and whatever, they'll be digitally able to move. So I think they kind of have to put something fake like that in the system, because the digital dollar, they claim they're going to back it 1-for-1. No. They might have to print that, but what if they needed to put $32 trillion into the system because of all the IOUs that are in the banks? You think about it, 85% of the money's not there. How are they going to get that money moving again when the liquidity is not even there? They're going to give you a digital dollar, and it's going to allow your money that's not backed by anything in the bank to start moving again. So it's like FDIC insurance. You really don't want to have to use FDIC insurance, just like a Common Sense Investor was saying earlier, because it's just like having fire insurance on your house. You don't want your house to burn down, so you have to use your insurance. It doesn't make sense. So what they're doing is they're putting in a system in place so they don't have to use the FDIC, which means the banks would have to close their doors, admit they're broke, prove the system's fraudulent, and prove that they've already spent all your money. So now they're just going to go back over the digits, which is basically like using the insurance without using the insurance. And they just call it a new system. And it's not a new system. It's just now they're keeping track of all the IOUs. So I highly doubt any of the digital dollars will be backed by enough money. It might be at first, or it might be a claim, kind of like our money used to be backed by gold. It probably wasn't. but our money currently has technically no value. It's a trading tool is all it is. So they put a digital dollar out there. It's still backed by nothing. It's an IOU system. But they now can keep track of the IOUs, and it can still circulate. Problem is they have to still put physical money in the ATMs if you're needing physical. So
one of the things John F. Kennedy was going after, for people who don't realize, is I see you guys. I appreciate that. Is he was going after the Fed, the Federal Reserve. He wanted to go back to the gold standard. You know what I mean? So what was the reason that he was murdered, right? Because ultimately he was murdered. But just I don't know what it was. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but it wasn't an accident. We all know that. So, but yeah, dipping in ready. You guys are funny. I appreciate it. I knew you guys would answer.
Now, I can't remember who I was watching the other day, and they said something that really blew my mind, because like I've always wondered what's so special about buying artwork. It makes absolutely no sense to me why somebody wants some crappy piece of art that looks ugly just because
I
it's
don't
like,
get it.
well, hold on, I'll explain it, because like it made sense after they told me. So I'm sitting there thinking, like, why would I buy something to put on my wall and claim it's worth like $10 million? It doesn't make any sense. And after the explanation I heard made total sense. There's collectible things out there that are rare. They're rare, like the NFTs. There's a rare one that's floating around worth X amount of dollars that everybody was talking about. Well, you got to realize you can't get those no more. That certain one, which one it was, Spider-Man. There was a certain Spider-Man sold for, I can't remember, what is it, $17,000 or something like that? Is that what it was?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so you look at it, that NFT set is rare. You can't get them no more. So you have a limited edition, limited quantity, and it's already rare. So over time, the value of it goes up. As they print more money, it also goes up. So when you devalue the dollar, you get the inflation goes into the price of the antique or collectible item that you have. So the longer it goes, it gains antique value or time value. So time turns the money with artwork or any kind of collector item. It could be anything that's a collector item. So now it's starting to make sense, because I look back at baseball cards. They go up so fast in price, it doesn't really make sense, because you're sitting there thinking, like, I got billions of these things, and you can't get them anymore. Like those ones from back in like the 90s or the 70s or the 50s, you can't make them no more. So they're a limited item. They're rare based upon date, collector's item, that kind of stuff. So as they print more money, those automatically go up in price. When you can't get them no more and they're rare, they also go up in price. So you have two reasons why the price goes up on them, and it has nothing to do with was it worth it, because it cost them, what, a penny to make it? So they created value out of nothing. So that's why they buy artwork, is because it's rare and it gains, it's anti-inflationary. So as they print money, it automatically raises the value. So it's a twofer. You get two things that increase the value, and that's why they buy artwork. So anything, like, I know people used to collect Barbie dolls, because they had like a limited item or a quantity of them, like 10,000 sold, whatever. My sister used to get those, and they became worth like $2,000 a couple of years later. And it's like, that don't make any sense. It's a stinking Barbie, but you can't buy anymore. They're limited. They're a collector's item, and there's inflation. So you get all these variables that raise the price for absolutely no reason. And these things cost $20. Now they're worth $2,000. That sounds like an investment to me. Now, I'm not saying I'd invest in Barbies, but I mean, it's kind of worth more than our government. Goes up in value while but that's why they buy artwork. I still don't like artwork, but I understand the concept now that anti-inflationary stuff has to have a limited quantity. Gold, silver. As long as you ain't buying paper, you can get a limited quantity. That's why Bitcoin's doing so good. It's a supposedly limited quantity.
It's amazing. It's the same reason why silver goes up too, and its quantities dropping.
Peter said, I would love for Elon to invest in GME or AMC. It would squeeze within a week. Yeah, it would squeeze at the announcement. That's all he had to say. I'm buying AMC and GME together. He's got the money to do it. Cash secured. You'd see the moon like the next week.
You know he hates short sellers. I just don't know why he hasn't done it.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. How many people that would be grateful that he bought into the company and forced the squeeze would actually buy a Tesla because of him? I know I would. I already plan on doing it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody would be looking at Lambos. They'd be like, oh, Elon's amazing. He made me rich. Let's go buy a Tesla. It would be the best form of advertising. Plus, he would make money doing it. It's a win-win-win for him.
I'm not a fan of Lambos, honestly.
No, neither am I. I'd still rather have a Roadster for like a fraction of the price and would still smoke it.
Exactly. Or like a Bentley or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Something nice. Depends on how rich I am, though.
Cleveland says, so everyone is pretty positive about May, June, or July. I've also heard possibly August. I'm looking at that that June thing. July could be a possibility too. I'm not counting on the May thing yet, but I mean, anything from here until the stock split or the executive order, I think are catalysts. So I'd keep my eyes open for anything, because if they're smart, they're going to want to get out before all that mess happens. You got, what is it, July 11th? That's phase 5 CAD system going in. I mean, that's, if I remember right, that's track and trace of trades. They don't want that at all. Difference says July rate hikes. I know there's a rate hike coming next month of supposed to be 50 basis points. I'm pretty sure they're going to keep raising it until inflation's under control. But I think they're going to keep it up over 7%. I'm pretty sure. Last days of GME split to be enforced. Chinese bonds become zero. New CAT system. Yep, he's right on point. Hopefully eliminate dark pools. I would like to see the dark pools eliminated, but I don't think they're going to get rid of those. I think they're going to claim they need them because of high volume. They always have an excuse to use that stuff. So many catalysts, we all need is one. Yep, true. Cleveland says, like it's close. Oh my God, it's been so long. I'm going insane. I can't do this 2 more years. I don't want to do it 2 more years either, but I definitely would for that payout. Like, I'm not going to be silly about it. I'll grumble the whole time, but I mean, I know what I got. That's the thing.
Exactly. I don't want to do 2 years either, but I wouldn't put my money.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be 2 years anyways.
Richard says, I'm your average Joe. I live in Buffalo, New York. I own over 1,500 shares. So if we have 4 million of us, we have the win. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, with that poll that I put up, 63% of the people said they had over 1,000 shares. That tells you something.
Do we have a number of shareholders? Like how many shareholders we actually have? Can we at least get that?
Yeah. I know back before they said we had 4 to 4.5 million. I don't remember which number it is, but it's still pretty high. And I'm pretty sure we've increased since, but we don't have really a confirmation on numbers. It's almost like they don't want us to know.
Exactly, because if you know the numbers, you could do the math to figure out, and that's what they don't want. It's algebra.
Savvy says, this is my retirement plan. I do have a 401k, but I won't be near as much. Yeah, my AMC portfolio is my retirement plan. Like, it's pretty much, I believe 100% it's going to squeeze. I can't think of any rules they could put in place to screw us. The only thing they could do is scare people out, and it's not going to happen. There's too many people waiting for that final ending. So yeah, I actually use my stock account as my savings account. I take half my paycheck and I drop it in there faithfully.
I've been dumping money into.
Not quite half my check, but it's pretty close to there. I do that and I put it right in the shares or an option or something like that, and I just keep stacking. Chris says it's my savings and Roth IRA. By the time we squeeze, at this point, everyone will be a millionaire. Pretty much, they keep letting it go on. People are just going to keep accumulating. So it's a win for us. We get loaded up more and they have to cover more.
I can't believe that they actually think we're going to sell, though. I don't. I don't get it.
Well, you figure, like, I'm not 100% sure if Lou is working on the other side or not. So I don't want to go out and accuse him of that. But him and his group have tricked people into trying to sell, and it's completely wrong. And the thing is that's what they need is people to sell, even to consider selling. And so that's what they did was they put out all that goofy information. And definitely got to keep an eye out for people that are doing that kind of stuff because, like, I've seen so much weird stuff popping up. As of recent, we have to be getting close because you're going to start seeing a ramp up in FUD or just stupid information that's going to pop up. Like, I was just about to talk about one here, but I don't want to insult any of the other people that have been putting out information because I know they try to mean well, but buying puts on a long position to me doesn't make any sense, especially as an option trader. I mean, buy deep in the money calls if you really feel like you have to buy options. You get less theta decay, you get more delta. You also help contribute to the movement because if you buy deep in the money calls, the market maker has to cover the delta, and that provides positive pressure in the upward direction. Puts don't do that. So it made zero sense to me why that would be suggested. I'm not bashing the people that put that information out there because I think they meant well, but it's wrong. And I've been experimenting with the deep in the money calls, and I love it. It might not give me as much of a return. I compared it with StockThatDip. I told him instead of buying out the money calls, if he would have bought closer to in the money calls, you only lose about 4% of your return. But you lose like 33% of your theta decay, and that saves you money, and it rips the market maker off. So you're sacrificing 4% gain, but you're saving 30% or 33% of your theta decay, and that's daily. So I think that's a huge benefit. Now, if you buy deep in the money calls and the stock doesn't move anywhere, you get most of your premium back if you're deep enough in the money. You look at your theta decay. When you're in the money, your value stays roughly the same with a minor decay. When you're out the money, you lose all of your money. So that's the difference on options. And we should probably talk about that more on the difference because there is people that are stubborn and they won't get out of buying out the money calls. But I don't know. I think another thing that we could be doing, which might be a possibility, Yeah, that's pretty much it. Would be just buying deep into money calls, forcing delta hedging. But that's like a
Yes.
phase 2. That's advanced kind of stuff. If Rob was in here, he'd be able to chime in on it. He's a options investor too, and he pretty much agrees with that statement.
So earlier in the stream, they were asking me about the no options May.
Yeah.
And what I thought about it.
And how that benefits is, like, you figure a lot of people are buying out the money calls and they're getting blown out. It's a lot of money that goes to the market maker. Even on the other side, where you got shorts that are buying puts, or if they're not even shorts, there's put players and call players. Like, the market maker puts a line right between the two, and it blows out as much money as they possibly can get. So they make as much money as possible on selling puts and selling calls, and I'm pretty sure they don't have anything backing it up. So they're just getting raw, easy premium from you, and you're feeding the beast. Stop playing the game, buy raw shares, and don't give the market maker any money. Make him go buy real shares for you. And if you do all that, I mean, just like what happened with DWAC, when there was no options, the stock price ripped up. But as soon as they turned the options on, they took over control, and they divided everybody up and pit them against each other. One group wants puts, one group wants calls, one group wants raw stock, and they just divide and conquered and drove the stock price down. It took the momentum away, and that's all it was. Imen says BlackRock advises the Biden administration, the SEC, the DTCC, and the NSCC are all private companies tied to the U.S. bank system. As the reverse repo continues to grow into the trillions. I think most of that's a true statement. I can't argue with one word of that. Yet in the Fed, that's another part of the problem. There's Seed & Co. There's actually a DTC and a DTCC. I think that's all of them. Yeah, the U.S. banking system is definitely screwed from all that lending of money that they don't have. So that means the DTCC's done the same thing. That means the NSCC can't get the money, and the SEC doesn't know what to do. So, all advised by Biden. And BlackRock supposedly saved the game last time in 2008. Of course, they'd be asked to come back in and fix the problem again. So the digital dollar is a fractional dollar. Does that make sense? I'm not sure what you mean by fractional. I think it's their way of producing dollars that can't be counterfeited. They can be tracked and traced, and they can cover banking IOUs to allow for liquidity to move around freer. And I think...
What about change? You know, like nickels, dimes, and quarters.
What about
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they're fractional. The dollar, that USD. I'm just speculating. I don't know for a fact, but maybe that's why their USD coin might be fractional. I don't know, because how else are you going to do change, right? If you have $1.09, you got to have a way to do that.
Yeah, they're going to keep physical money floating around, but basically your debit card is a digital currency. But the thing is like, the banks basically create digits. If they wanted to put money in your account, they could put money in your account. They don't want to, because it comes out of their pocket. But having a digital dollar, all that money can be tracked and traced and made sure that it's not duplicated at the banking level. So I can see that coming into effect 100%. It might be good for the system, but it could be an invasion of privacy too, which that's one of my fears. True. Wow. Bought my first house at the age of 23. Interest rates were 14%. Wow, that's horrible.
Well,
Granted, in 1982, I paid $50K for a dump fixer-upper in a great beach community. It was a lot of money then. Yeah, makes me wonder what it's worth now.
yeah, right. Millions.
I
Beach
mean, 'cause
community.
the house that I'm in right now was $46,000 back in like '82. Now it's $155,000. Doesn't make any sense, but that's inflation at its best.
My house was bought 30 years ago for $90,000. It's worth almost $3.
Oh, wrong one. It says when Tesla. I like that idea. You get one of them roadsters with the SpaceX package, and you won't even know what a Lambo is. I mean,
Nope.
Elon even made a joke that it could fly. What's that? 0 to 60 in 0.8 seconds or less? That, wow.
Actually, I was telling you guys about the Ben Malo YouTube channel. He got into one that was pretty interesting. He didn't like it.
Sub has the boss. Says there are 8 of us ready to buy Teslas for the heck of it. Elon has to trigger the squeeze. I'm hoping he does kind of step in and do something like that. Yeah, if Elon did step in and decide to put money down on AMC or GME, just imagine the amount of Teslas he would get sold.
Yep. And
Different says he promises to buy 2 if Elon does that. So yeah, I'm right with him. I want a Cybertruck, and I'd probably buy a couple of cars.
I like his cars, but I like his Tesla battery, his house battery. I forget the Powerwall.
Yeah.
His Powerwall is nice.
Barbie's worth more than the government. Yeah. They maintain their value better. Yeah, if you're 32, being in this play, I mean, even if they took forever to cover it, I mean, you still get to retire with a boatload of money. I still want it early, though.
Are you picking
Like I
on me
said-
because you got gray? Is that it?
I would be angry if this went 2 years, but I mean, I still ain't going anywhere if it did. So I don't know what they'd be achieving by waiting 2 years. All that does is mean that we could buy more and put more paint on them. So one way or another, they're going to have to cover it. Yeah, there's a sad point. Savvy says in 2 years, we'll have about 5,000 shares each.
Yep. I see that happening.
Now, this is a good question. This is one of the ones that I've been trying to think myself. Who kicks off the margin call? I think it's the banks. Isn't the banks the one supposed to be keeping the brokers in check?
I think that's why the cost to borrow is so low.
Also, they don't get vaporized, because if it went up, they'd be paying like so much money they couldn't
Exactly.
afford to keep this scheme going.
Just my thoughts. I have no evidence on that, but
At least 12 to 1 leverage, 1% interest is still a lot of money for a hedge fund. And a couple years of that is pain and suffering, big time.
I mean, I'm not a smart man. I just know how to do math.
Yeah.
Sorry. A little bit of Friend Forrest Run.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like some Forrest Gump stuff. Like, I just keep on buying. Jenny, I love the stock.
Jenny. I'm sorry, everybody. That's a great movie.
I can already see it now. AMC bubblegum, AMC shrimp, AMC.
What's his name? Captain Dan?
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant. I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a fact right there. LA says they want to promote fear to make us sell. And I think at this point we've already been kind of weather beaten on the fear thing. I don't think there's anything they can do to create fear. I mean, I think if they honestly took the button away, I think people would just sit back and like, we seen that coming. I don't think you're going to get a sell-off or anything like that. So stock market could probably crash, and I bet you would be like, sweet, I'm buying on this dip. So
life is like a box of chicken. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Froggy.
a box of AMC chicken nuggets. Those aren't actually that bad. I wonder how many people have actually tried those chicken nuggets as vegan chicken nuggets. Those were actually pretty good.
See what you started, Chris? See? I read your comment. That was funny. I apologize.
Ben says, I think this week will be when we see the institutions' long positions go south. Yeah, I think you're right. We're about to see a dip on their assets and sense of deleveraging, which is going to be one of the problems because as they deleverage, it's going to push the market down faster, in theory, than what AMC and GME are going to drop. If we see that divergence to where the market drops 5% and AMC and GME only move down 1%, start just rubbing your hands together because that's the beginning of the end. Right now, the theory is if SPY drops 1%, AMC drops 4%, but when that changes where SPY's dropping 4% and AMC only drops 1%, that's a divergence. And when you see that, one of two things will happen. Either AMC will correct and drop down and catch up, or it'll break away and it will start running in the opposite direction because they can't afford to hold it down no more. So I'm hoping for they can't afford it no more.
Yeah, me too. The cons outweigh the risk. The pros outweigh the.
That's exactly what I'm looking at too. Like when I bought into the play, the theory was like the chance of the company going bankrupt or making millions of dollars. And it's not because I went off of the hearsay that was being spread by Reddit and people. I seen the information and I know what a squeeze play is. I know what a bankruptcy candidate is. And yeah, I didn't want nothing to do with it when it was close to bankruptcy because it wasn't a turnaround. But when it turned around and it's guaranteed not to be going bankruptcy, that's exactly when you want it. And that's why I bought in and I've been loading up since because as long as Adam Aaron has $1.8 billion over there, we ain't going bankrupt. So as long as he keeps buying and acquiring more theaters, that's technically offensive. He's growing the company. And when you do all that, I mean, it guarantees the company won't fall apart, go bankrupt. And you're in a safe play at this point. And aren't these companies also recession proof too? So if everything started deleveraging and the stock market went down, these are supposed to be safe places to go into.
Yeah, the other thing is way back in the day too, when it all started, right? It's the oldest movie theater company in the world, in America. And what's up, Casey Shaw? And it's crazy. Like I was thinking, okay, well, because of COVID, I didn't think that I figured they would got a loan from the government to stay in business for one. Like I thought there was a lot of reasons why there isn't a chance for bankruptcy. So that's why I got in. And look where we are. There's not even remote chance of bankruptcy right now, I don't think. I think that's off the table 100.
Oh, hold on. Try to send Casey a link here.
Yeah, Casey, jump on here with us, buddy.
Savvy says, I can't wait until I can tell the hubby to quit his job. He wants to volunteer for Wounded Warriors. That's definitely a good thing to do.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I support that 100%. Beverly says, back in the day, companies paid a pension to their employees, paid them to go to night school, college, and then in the 80s came and consolidation and layoffs. In the 70s, lost industry to China, big recession. Yeah, things have definitely changed. The businesses don't, I don't want to say treat the employees as good as they used to, but that's almost exactly what it is. Like, top rate and stuff isn't going up. Everything seems to be going up in price. So you're not getting that gap like you used to back in the day. And not sure exactly what's causing all those problems, but I'm sure the government has something to do with it.
Casey, don't forget to brush your beard, buddy. I apologize, guys.
Oh man, gonna have to pretty myself up first and grab a drink. You don't have to get yourself prettied up. This isn't OnlyFans.
Yeah. Make sure you give them that and play cue the music.
We'll bring them on to the music.
Yeah.
Yeah, Savvy says, thank you, Froggy, Mediocre Trader, for helping us hold on. Yeah, I just want to keep everybody calm. You know, like we have a rough week coming up. Nobody should be panicking on it because, I mean, we can see the red market on its way coming in, and hopefully it does not affect AMC at all. I mean, obviously it's going to affect it, but we're hoping that SPY gets hit worse than what AMC does, and then that will be a positive sign that we're holding up better than the SPY. And like I said, their assets will drop in price faster because they're going to have to pay us eventually. So I don't know when all that's going to happen, but I mean, we're seeing the damages being less and less. We're not sitting back. What was that number that we were sitting at before? I can't remember.
I don't know.
It was
but that's the other thing. If you guys know like ahead of time, you can see it coming. It's less scary. It's not like, wham, we just got slammed, right? So that's part of the goal, right? Because we're going to take hits now and then. That's just the name of the game. But as long as we overcome it is the thing.
Yeah, if you look at it next week, the 200-day moving average actually breaks out of the wedge. That tells you something too. We should be breaking out of the wedge next week. We're actually oversold. If the 200-day moving average is breaking out, all we got to do is move back up to the 200-day moving average to confirm breakout, and we have it all. So that's another positive for us. I think it's a ticking time bomb just waiting to go off.
Yep. And what's Boss Blunt say again? I forgot.
Oh, we're going to be so rich.
How rich we're going to be?
So stinking
I
rich.
gotta be careful. I gotta be careful because Miss Harris. Chad, I felt bad last time.
I'm like the censored version of Boss Blunts. Chris says, I am tempted to buy $10 strike calls the day we squeeze. If we starting above 20, is this advisable? Yeah, I don't see any problem with buying deep in the money calls because they have to be hedged. If you look at it too, your theta is so minimal. So, like, if you look at theta, it tells you how much it costs you per share per day. And when you look at it, it's like pennies. But if you're outside the money, say if you're buying 25 strikes or 30 strikes, your theta is like 4 times or 5 times more aggressive. And you have risk of full decay. So I don't even know why anybody would buy outside the money strikes right now, knowing that they put no positive pressure on the stock and they hand the market maker a fistful of cash. So that's definitely one thing I'm going to write down. Mediocre Trader, we need to do that later on tonight. Explain deep into money options.
We could do that.
And how that benefits. How that benefits the play big time.
See, if you can't see, the thing is what he's talking about in this. Chris is talking about right here. If you can't afford 100 shares of stock and you did that, right, you're gonna get the benefit of having 100 shares of stock on the move up. Right. He said he's waiting for it to start moving before he gets in. Now he can do that, ride it up, exit, and then do it again, ride it up, exit with his money. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Want to bring on one of our guests here. Hopefully he got all prettied up and got his beard all straightened out. Let's welcome Casey Shaw to the show, guys.
Good afternoon, you filthy apes. Cheers. It's the weekend.
what's up, buddy? Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
He's like, I'm out. Casey's here. The room stinks. How's it going? Having a good weekend?
Yeah, so far pretty good. Did you get a chance to look at any of the information I was putting up about SPY on how it looked like we had a lot of puts going to money? There's a lot of them.
A lot of puts went into money, huh?
Yeah, let me pull this up for you so you can get an idea. What usually happens when a bunch of puts go into money?
They sell them.
All right, so right here, well, that's AMC.
I would suggest that they probably close the positions. Bullish.
Oh, you think they close them? I thought they would cover.
Well, it depends on if it depends on whether or not they expect it to go down further. If they expect to go down further, then they'll just keep them open until they hit, close, whatever.
Well, I was looking at it in the market maker perspective because they probably didn't hedge those, and now they have to hedge them.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Now, you see there's 30s right here. The stock price was at 426 and 4 pennies. So that brought this stack in, and those 2 stacks in. And this one didn't quite make it. So I'm guessing they're going to have to delta hedge for these since they probably didn't do it this past week. They're going to have to cover whatever percentage or whatever gets. Maybe there's some executions that go on. I don't really know how that would work exactly. I don't really pay that close attention to the put side of things, but I know it should be negative on those going into money. Money has to get covered from somewhere, and it's actually it defeated Max Payne. Usually, when you beat Max Payne, the price goes up the following week, and I assume whenever you fell under Max Payne, that it's going to drive it down.
Let me ask you a question. And this is for SPY, right?
Yeah.
With with it being the SPY, do you think that options on the SPY specifically move the price, or is it more just the tendency of the entire market that moves it more?
That's a good question, because like the individual components have to move to make SPY move. The ETF would be its own separate thing from the stocks. That's a good question.
Because it's compromised. It's comprised of so many different stocks that it makes me wonder, like, do options really play a factor in movement of the SPY, or is it more just the companies themselves?
Well, if you look at that chart right there, it's a 5-minute on the SPY, and it shows you that towards the end of the day, somebody recognized that there's going to be a whole bunch of puts going into money, and they panic sold and got out of Dodge before the market closed, so they didn't get trapped into that mess that's coming up Monday, Tuesday. It's almost like a earnings where they sold off because they didn't want to play with what's coming up. And yeah, that money will come back in, but right now they're getting out of the way for what's coming. And so I took that as another indicator that I was probably right, that there's going to be a massive sell-off on the SPY, period. But like you're saying, that makes sense too, because you would think the stock prices would make more of a difference than the actual options, but
right.
I don't know.
Hey, Savvy, how's it going? And Chris, I see you said rolling on the floor laughing, a little humor.
Hey, how rich are we going to be?
Oh, you can't see the money pumping out of it.
It's stuck in there.
Your gun's jammed.
Hold on, it's jammed.
You had the wrong denomination.
It only takes one. There it goes.
Is that one for US dollars?
Did you buy that?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, did you buy that in Mexico?
He's about to rip his dollar.
Pesos.
There we go.
Oh,
there you go,
dang.
fellas.
Wish I could see it.
Yeah, your background blurred it out because it's not hot.
I can't change it because you'll just see the green screen behind me. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll change it for everybody in chat real quick. Let me load it all
fill
up.
that thing with
Yeah, right?
That day's coming.
Thousands, baby, thousands. I went to go look for my beard brush, but I couldn't find it. I think my son stole it. I was going to give Casey a hard time. I know he uses a beard brush for that thing. Look at it.
We were just discussing deep in the money calls and stuff, and how it might make a little bit more sense than buying out the money calls and stuff. Dynamite says here, the money is decaying as soon as it hits the buy button. That's kind of true. I have learned my lesson on options, but one of the things I did look at is look at the theta. That's your decay, and look at it on a deep in the money call. It is totally better than outside the money.
Get a good call option.
When you're
deep in the money.
When you're out the money, the one problem is you can lose all of your money if it doesn't move in the money. When you're in the money, as long as it doesn't move out the money, you can get back a huge chunk of your money just by staying there. Isn't that right, Casey?
Wait, man. I got the drinks going here. You're going to have to say, I was still watching Mediocre over there, $7 bills, and I wasn't even listening to what you were saying.
That's right. They are $1 bills. That's right.
I'm thinking my next one-liner. I'm trying to think of an advance, and you're talking about serious stuff, and I'm like, Mediocre. Next time you need to take that gun, you need to point it at yourself and just let those bills just shower yourself in bills, just shooting at yourself. I think that would be so much better looking.
I'm gonna let everybody see my green screen. That's what I'm gonna do. I just gotta get the gun.
Wait. So ask your question. I was too busy watching him sort out his $1 bills.
He forgot because you interrupted him.
Now, when you buy when you buy out the money calls and they expire worthless, all the money you put in for premium goes to zero. So your theta decay is much higher. But when you buy in the money calls, your theta decay is much lower because you still maintain a large chunk of your premium at the end of expiration. So you do get back a lot more of your money because you're in the money. Isn't that right?
So that sounds right to me, but let me ask you a question because I'm actually not an expert on options. Is theta decay depend days only, or is I actually don't know the answers. I really don't know the answers. Theta dependent on time period, and is it? I'm sure there's got to be some kind of formula for theta.
I don't know how
and I
they
actually don't know
figure
what it is. So let me look.
but I
It's
know that the
time.
number changes. And here's the cool thing about deep in the money theta. When you have an IV of 200%, your theta goes up from like 2 to 3 pennies to 6 pennies per share. And that's still pretty cheap compared to the 11 or 12 cents out the money. And so IV doesn't affect you as much when you're deep in the money.
Right. I think it's theta and IV ramp it up as it gets closer to expiration.
So the theta can change. Wait, I'm confused. So does theta change based off of how long you have the option contract open for, like based off of the expiration date?
Yeah.
Or
It's
is
per
it,
day.
or is there other things put into it besides just the period of time? Are there
Well,
other period
IV,
of time like implied volatility or anything like that
yeah.
that goes into
But
the
when
calculation?
what IV is less effective towards it whenever you're deep in the money. Because if you owe 2 pennies a day per share and theta's, or not theta, but IV is 150%, then it costs you an extra penny and you won't even notice that penny. Now, when you're outside the money, your price could be 12 to 17 cents per share per day. And you'll feel that one. So you get a discount on theta by buying bulk, or not bulk, but paying more for your premium.
So with buying it in the money, the theta is basically going to eat into your profits of your in the money profits is what it's going to do.
Yeah, but it's a minor amount. When you're outside the money, you get more contracts, so you pay more, you lose more per share. So when you have less shares by being in the money, they also give you a discount for buying in the money because you actually have a premium that's in the money, so it has a true value. It's like buying a truck and you can resell it because it's still worth money at the end of a year. Now, when you buy out the money, it's like buying a vehicle and you run it until it can't run no more, but you're limited on time. You have to get rid of it after a week, and it's worth nothing. So it just goes to the junkyard and you get next to no money for it. So it's the same concept, except for you actually want to be able to resell or still have value when you're done at the end of your week. That's why in the money is beneficial, because it's not an all or nothing. It bases it on true movement. Plus delta. Your delta when you're outside the money is like 25 to 50%. So if it goes up $1 per share, we'll say AMC would move up $1. In theory, you get $1 times 100. But when you're outside the money, delta shows you only get 50% of that value. So you gain only $50.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, you get twice as many contracts, and it kind of pays you a little bit more. But your theta decay offsets that. Then you lose 27 cents or 20 cents per movement per day, and it kind of eats at your profits. Now, if you're in the money, your delta is going to be closer to like 80 or 90%. So when you move up $1, you're getting $80 or $90, and your theta decay is only like $3 or 3 pennies. So that eats away $3 on that. So that puts you back at $85. So it's a safer way to play it, and you're not. It's like having a low interest rate credit card. And to me, that makes more sense. I mean, the reason why I came up with that idea was because I heard the buy puts and the stock will go boom. And I'm like, no, Like, that's not the way it works. And then
Yeah.
I came up with this idea, and I'm like, so I started trading it, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't pay quite as good, but it's more guaranteed. It's a safer investment, less decay. And when you move $1, you get 90 cents or 92 cents. And to me, it's a better play, safer. Because if you can run it on Friday all the way out, on Friday it's like death of options. If you're outside the money, you lose like 90% of your worth in about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're deep in the money and Friday rolls around, you just lose your theta decay of 3 pennies. So you don't suffer this massive scramble to get out of your option because it has a face value. A dollar is worth $1.
When you get within 30 days of an option's expiration date, they dramatically fall off. Theta just eats that thing up.
The only offset to that is deep in the money. And the good thing, too, is the market maker is supposed to go to the market and cover a certain amount of your delta. So it also creates upward pressure on your stock. Now, when you buy outside the money, there's no guarantee that he's probably looking at you saying, I just took your premium. And I'm going to go and short the stock, and I got money to cover it. It's yours. So good luck going into money. See what I'm saying? Like, when you sell a call, which is what they're doing, you could buy anything you want with that premium. So you think about it, what could you buy that would stop that option from going into money? You could buy in the money puts. You could short the stock. You can, so many different things you can do. They call it hedging.
Which is true on the other side. Right?
Yep.
So like deep in the money puts as well, right?
Yeah. Now if you look at the option chain that was up there on that max pain, if that market maker collected all that premium and waited until Friday to actually adjust the price of the stock, they have enough money they can actually persuade the market to have max pain. So they don't have to give back any of that money. So they're taking our money from puts and calls, and they're like, we're just going to stick this price rate about here and leave it there. So then we don't have to give any of your money back. And look how much money we have left over after basically manipulating the stock. We're going to put that in our pocket, and we're going to do whatever we want with it. That's probably how they're making money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's for a long time. Options is not the way for AMC, but that's just what I say. So, I mean, if you're winning, like, great, good for you, and keep it up. But if you're not winning, I would just stay away from it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on those, I have roughly about an 80% win record, but the ones that I lose on, typically, I'm pretty close to break even on. So it's actually not too bad. Like, I could have closed out of my DWAC position at a minor loss and then went into my next one and made it back, so it'll offset it. But we're still in an uptrend, and I'm kind of worried about Monday because of the fact that the market looks like it's going to be down.
I'm hoping there's news. I think there's going to be news Monday morning on DWAC. I think they're going to come out and say, we had, 3 million people sign up for or get access to True Social,
Well, I'm not counting on anything to happen just because of the fact that you can't rely on, like, magic to happen. So I'm kind of confused whether I should be exiting or I do want to buy puts on the SPY. So if I do exit, I'm going right into puts.
Highway Frog, there is no dumb questions. So
yeah,
but
no dumb questions. They're all good questions because somebody's going to learn something from it.
But we're going to move to the next person, though. I'm just kidding.
Well, he doesn't really have a question. His question is, how does options factor into that? I'm not sure what his question was before that.
Yeah, into ETF.
There are
like
no dumb questions.
If all the stocks in the ETF move together, they don't really move together. So that's kind of what I was kind of insinuating to Froggy a little bit ago is that all the different stocks inside of SPY is what causes the SPY price to move the direction that it moves towards. I believe, and so that's why I was suggesting that maybe it's not necessarily the options that have to weigh on specifically the movement of the SPY, but more other stocks that are playing or that are a factor that are a part of the SPY.
Yeah, we're in for an interesting week, that's for sure. I mean, dollar's popping up in price, which is not good. I haven't even got a chance to look at where it was, but I know it's up a little higher than it should be. It's 101.11. I mean, let me pull up the chart here so you can take a look at it.
Peter Jefferson has a really good question. His question is, in each of our opinions, how close are we to a market failure and how bad do you think it will fail?
Well, it depends what fails. The banking system fails, we're in big trouble. So, yeah, we want to squeeze, but I mean, you don't want to break the financial system in the process. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure they can foresee this coming, that there's going to be liquidity problems everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we've been failing the whole time, I'll say. You know, it's been an ongoing failure, right? It's just they've been propping it up and it's been failing. They prop it up, it fails. So, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. How bad is it going to get? I really couldn't tell you. I mean, who knows? But we've been failing, if that makes any sense.
Chris says, I don't really eat at the AMC theaters, but I might try the vegan chicken. You will be surprised. I will say that. I thought I was going to be grossed out by trying it. I don't want to say it's like a soy burger. Like, you kind of won't notice it. They spice them up pretty good.
I can't bring myself to do it. I know I've heard so many people say so many good things, and I just
Had to do it. My green
okay, all right, fine. I'll have them.
Take the money. Take the money. My dog is going crazy.
I'll have to give him a try, I guess.
I honestly didn't want to try them, but I couldn't sit there and rip on them saying it's a stupid idea until I tried it. So I went and tried it. And like I said, it actually shocked me. Like, they put like the right amount of spices in it and everything that I actually enjoyed eating them. So I didn't even use ketchup or nothing, which I usually do. And
like
my wife ate them, and she's still here, right, honey?
What?
You ate those vegan chicken nuggets at AMC theaters?
No, remember I told you I wouldn't try them.
Oh, what were you eating then?
Wait,
what did you eat?
Hit her with the cash. Hit her with cash.
I gotta load it back up.
Oh no!
What did you?
Oh, that would have been perfect.
What did you order? I forgot.
Popcorn, pretzel bites.
Oh, pretzel bites. Oh yeah, that's right. I
was just gonna say the pretzel bites.
You ate them all, dude.
The pretzel bites.
I ate them all.
There's a sauce. They have a sauce that they serve. It's not the cheese. They serve it with a cheese and something else, and I don't know what the other thing is. But whatever that other sauce is, that would make a perfect nugget sauce. So next time you go to get one of those perfect nuggets, or almost perfect, or whatever they are, but whatever the impossible nuggets, make sure you get some of that sauce from the pretzels, and see if you can get them to give you one of those, because I'll bet you they mix perfectly.
Is it like a nacho cheese sauce? Or
No. The mustard stuff, whatever that is. Yeah, that stuff.
My wife only gave me the cheese. I'm lazy. I sat and held down the seats.
if you would have seen my face when I was looking at them nuggets, like I'm over there sniffing them. I'm like, there's no way these things can, smell right or taste right. And I was actually shocked, totally shocked.
Did you poke it first? Did you poke it a little bit?
Make sure it didn't move.
Froggy
Yeah.
said they were good, honey.
Were they?
No,
He
they
said-
they put a good amount of spice in there, and you take something that's not chicken, which McDonald's chicken nuggets aren't really much chicken either, but these are probably better for you, and they probably taste better. So if anybody's ever had McDonald's chicken nuggets, these were definitely better, surprisingly. I like that little pepper flavor that it had in there too, so it made them taste good.
KL says, "Hey Casey, do the 5." I don't know what that means. I don't know what "do the 5" means.
No, I have no
Do
idea.
the 5.
Well, no,
Fine.
Casey. All I know is 2 weeks. That's all
2
I
weeks. That's right.
You read-
2 weeks.
We were just talking about you earlier. We're like, what's the difference between conspiracy theory and fact? 2 weeks.
That's pretty good.
Well, it's actually a saying, which is kind of crazy. It fits your 2 weeks line there.
High five sign on my end.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hold on. It's over here. Yeah, high five.
Oh yeah. High five.
Yeah.
I'm over here raising the roof. So did you guys my really stupid mistake this week on Friday? Did you guys hear about it?
What'd you do?
No.
Oh man. Well, my son had a concert performance for UI, the thing where they go and compete and stuff, right? So I'm like trying to get out of here. I'm rushing to get out of here, and I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. And I took a look at the options because people were talking about the options at the day and everything. On Ghost Tracker's been like misreporting for like 2 or 3 days in a row and stuff. So I'm like, all right, I'll take one more look at it. So I look at it. And all of a sudden, like, we're now gone out of Fidelity for AMC. Dang, what's going on here? They really did disappear. I'm like, shoot, I start streaming this, and we better talk about this, right? They just disappeared, and but they didn't disappear. I made to look up something on BBIG at the very end of the day because it was spiking. Switched Fidelity over to look at the options on BBBY, which is like next to nothing in comparison in options. so I started up a live stream and was like, guys, I can't believe this. Like, the options are all gone. I can't believe this. So I got to get out of here. But this is crazy. I thought I'd tell you guys real quickly. And then it was like a quick 9-minute video. And then I left, right? I'm driving down the road and it hits me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, dang it. Can't believe I did that. I think I was BBY so I immediately went onto YouTube to try and delete the video because I knew it was going to just start blowing up, right? I'm like, oh, I got to delete this thing quick. And of course, on your phone, you can't delete I couldn't delete so I'm like, I made it private because it was the best that I could do. I was like, made it private, and I'm like, I'll just delete it when I get. I'm such a schmuck.
I did hear about it. Actually, we were live when some people were talking about it in chat, but we never investigated it.
Yeah, I felt like such a schmuck. I was like, come on, So I have kind of this general rule where when I get done with 9 hours of streaming, I don't jump to conclusions at the very end of the day because I'm tired after 9 hours, and it's just kind of one of those things where it's like really a mistake. So it's better to just once you're done, you're done. You don't guess yourself. You just stop everything, put it down, and you walk away. And
people don't realize that we talk behind scenes late.
Yeah, we do. So I should have just walked away and gone to the performance instead of trying to check everything one more time before. I mean, it was way out of my normal routine, and I should have just not done it. But man, what a fiasco. I was sitting there going like, man, I'm a schmuck, making everybody all excited and everything.
LA, I agree.
Whoops.
Yeah. BioLife says, Casey, you read any this weekend yet, or just DD? so that a lot really want to know about this 301 and the 8 or is it 30? Yeah, is it 301 and 80? What is it? 80 what?
I don't
Is it 801?
801.
Anyways,
Yep, we got it right
801.
here. 801.
Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't. I've not read anything on those. Just a couple different videos from a couple different people. I'm kind of waiting for a video from one particular individual. I don't want to put to make them feel like they have any pressure. And I don't really plan on reading those 700. To be quite honest, I really just don't plan on reading all 700 pages. It's not the
Just
kind
go
of
over to his
personality.
channel and poke him, see if he's done yet.
I mean, you know, I have ADD, guys. Like trying to sit down and read a 700-page legal document is like, I mean, that's about as fun as walking around in a pair of pantyhose in Houston in the middle of the summer. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. It's just not a good time. It's just not a good time. And so I'm actually relying on the people in our community who have those skills and those get there and read through those documents and make a good presentation on those. I know Boss Blunts already has one. I know Bigham's has one. I'm waiting for a couple different other people. But yeah, I don't know. I'll never be able to sit through a 700-page snore fest.
Chart guys.
Yeah. Some numbers. throw me numbers all day long, and I'll crunch those all day long. But man, that's some terrible. BioLife Hemp says, Pantheon, we waiting on you, and the Silk voice. He may or may not be ones I'm waiting for. No pressure. But yeah, no, I'm definitely waiting to hear. I want to kind of hear everything, give my 2 cents. But I did say that on Monday that I would I don't think they're squeeze killers. I know that's kind of been like the feel like that's kind of been like the scare rate lately, that everybody's kind of saying like these could be potential squeeze killers. Don't think that they are.
I agree.
First off,
I don't think.
Go ahead.
I agree with you. As long as there's still shorts in the play, they're trapped and they haven't covered. I mean, what rule can actually screw that up? I can't think of anything that would make sense that could completely screw this play up.
I just don't think
Yeah,
there should be a lot of change rules.
Well, so here's the thing that I'm struggling with. And we're in a comment period on these. What do the comment periods last? Like 90 days, 3 months, something like that. And they just came out.
Way too long. Yeah.
Right. So let's say that they made it active as the comment phase had completed, and they voted on it and said yes to it. We'd be looking at like, let's see, April, May, June, July, maybe like August-ish at the very earliest. And I guess what I want to say is that, in my opinion, the vote to issue more shares for GME as a dividend is going to happen in what is it, June or July? June. That's going to happen in June.
Yeah. June 9th.
And yeah, it's going to happen in the beginning of June. And I honestly believe that I believe that the SEC will pretty much force things to an end before then. I don't think the market can handle having to be buying 3x worth of shares on GME. And I just don't see it happening. Something's going to have to happen before then. They're going to have to clear everything out before that, I think. So any of these proposed rules, I think, are just kind of like things that are going to be in place for after the fact. But that's just my opinion. No dates. I'm not trying to say that it's going to happen before June, whatever it is that they're voting on it. I'm just saying that before those shares can ever be issued, something will happen.
Now, do you think the SEC is actually making moves to try to put an end to this, or do you think they're just kind of dragging their feet?
Well, up until Friday, I would have said dragging their feet, but Friday was a little bit different of a story. We watched, I saw the VIX blow up. What was it, 25%?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah,
And it didn't get attacked either or brought down.
right. Which was kind of curiously strange to me because every time the two other times I can specifically recall that happening, immediately they stopped the market, injected some kind of money, and the market started turning around almost immediately. But yet that didn't happen on Friday. So maybe they're not dragging their heels anymore. We'll have to see how this week plays out. I think this week's going to be kind of like a great indicator as to what our future is going to look like.
Well, we're only threatening with 28.2 on the VIX. Back when they attacked it before, we were threatening with like 36 to 38. So they always say when you get over 40 that it's very bad. And, you know, after 40, isn't that like the number that they say that things go downhill?
Yeah. Well, we saw 25. That's no, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. That is the number. But here's the thing. We went 25% up on Friday. How many 25% days would it take in order for us to get up to 40 from where we're at? Like 3?
3 more.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Well, we got momentum. I don't know if it's going to continue like that, but that's still pretty bad.
That's what I'm waiting to see. That's what I'm waiting to see is will we have that momentum going into this week, or are they gonna do another
bank error?
Yeah, another bank error, pulling kind of money out of a rabbit hat or something. You know, it's just it's going to come from somewhere, or they're just going to let it unfold.
How much was that bank error?
Well, originally we had said that it was $15.2 billion, but it was actually more. It was more than 15.2. I didn't realize that it was actually a lot more. That was how much the 15, or maybe it was 14.2. 14.2 billion number was actually how much money they were going to be out because of the lawsuits. Let me just check it real quick here and I'll tell you. It's much higher than that. They issued.
Now look at this chart that I got pulled up here. That's the weekly, and you can see it bounced real quick off that bottom, which is a higher low. I mean, you can clearly see back here, the low for the VIX is in. I mean, that's the bottom right there. And it's now trending up.
$20.8 billion what they issued.
Think that person's still alive who made the bank error?
I mean, I can't even imagine.
I don't mean to make a joke, but it's crazy.
I can't even imagine $20.8 billion. Like, I mean, and how does a bank make an error like that? How many people's had to sign off on that and be like, yeah, this is good. I'm with it.
How much was it?
20.8 billion.
Yeah.
Who signs off on that?
What bank was that?
Place.
I'll get you.
Oh, good. We should put put and puts on that one because when that comes to light, that's going to be bad.
Do you want the article? I got it in the Discord if you want it. Casey sent it to me. I didn't think you needed it.
There's a good comment right there. It says, Derek says, everything is now smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, it is.
Everything seems like a distraction from what's going on. Financial system is about to take a hit.
Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Pretty much.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Highway Frog says Elon going after Bill Gates. Did you guys see that tweet that he put out? Was that for real?
Let me go find out.
Hey Carl, how are you, buddy?
Oh man, Elon hammered him.
Is that for real? Is that, I mean, is that, do you think that's real?
He put it out.
What happened? I gotta see this.
Yeah, let me yeah, this is pretty
Oh shoot, I didn't see the most current one. Okay, that's not the one I was talking about.
oh,
Yo,
this one-
no, I love it, dude.
That's
Oh,
not the one.
Elon
That's
is
not
fighting.
the one I was talking about.
that's still bad.
Oh,
Shadow ban
the
council
memes,
review tweets. Yeah, that's that
the
quite
memes.
true.
I love it.
I'm make sure you look at that message I sent to you there, Froggy. I'm gonna see if I can find the post that was the one that I'm talking about, because that's not the one that I was referencing. Yes.
You found it?
Yeah, but it wasn't him.
Oh.
He did
Well, it's
reference, he did reference it. He said, "Yeah, but I didn't leak it to New York. I got it through friends of friends." So it sounds. I mean, he's legit saying that it's under his. You have to scroll kind of a ways down, but it's under his tweets and responses. And if you look for a whole Mars catalog, find it. It looks like 4 panes, 4 panel. Actually, you know what? I can just show my screen, can I, doofus?
Let me I just gave Marcus the mic here. Marcus, you want to take the floor? I see you got a question, so floor is yours, man. Might not be ready, I'm not sure. Well,
I agree with Gummy.
what do you got there?
So this is Bill Gates' text to supposedly Elon saying 7 Wednesday to be clear, and then he's like, "Yeah, cool," and then he says, "Just landed, cool. Do you still have $500 million short position against Tesla?" To which, sorry to say, I haven't closed it out. I would like to discuss philanthropy possibility. And then Elon said, "Sorry, but I cannot take your philanthropy on climate change seriously when you have a massive short position against Tesla, the company doing the most to solve climate change." And then you can see said down here, you know, some whole Mars catalog said, "Is this real?" And then Elon said, "Didn't leak it to New York Times. He must have got it through friends. I heard from multiple people at TED that Gates still had short against Tesla, which is why I asked him. So it's not exactly top secret."
Wow.
Bill Gates is trying to persuade Elon when Elon could probably buy out Microsoft.
Yep. I love Elon.
We were just discussing today, why buy Twitter when you can buy GME and AMC?
That is a very good question.
Because look at how much money was made off the Volkswagen squeeze, $10 billion. Well, this is a twofer, and it's cheaper.
It's a great question.
I think Elon loves America.
Can you imagine how many people would buy a Tesla if he did something like that?
I've already said I'd sign a petition to buy 2 if he bought it. 10%.
Oh, Marcus is ready to speak here. Marcus, the floor is yours, man.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. So I listen to you like all the time, Frog. It's all good stuff. I love it.
Thanks, man.
And yeah, Casey too. I talked to him a couple of times too. He knows. Yeah, haven't talked to him in a while, but yeah, no, just sitting here. My girlfriend just kind of started dating, and it's funny because I'm running over this whole. I've been in this since January of buy button time, and she's all new to it, and it's so funny because we've been listening and she's been learning stuff, and it's crazy to know what I know from guys like you and everyone else that have been in this for so long, of how much I really have learned is absolutely incredible. The amount of knowledge I have from it, right? And I'm like passing it on from zero, from start one. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's amazing to see how, you know what I mean? Just in a few weeks, the amount I've actually told somebody that actually didn't know, like with 401ks and all that. Like she's like, oh my God, I got to really like look into this. I'm like, yeah, you do. You know what I mean? It's crazy, like that stuff. So, I mean, that's what, yeah, and because you couldn't get into it for like until May 26th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something.
It's suspended.
Yeah. She can't get into a 401k or something. It's suspended until a certain date. I don't know. Something weird, but yeah, I don't know. I just figured I'd ask you guys because you kind of know a lot more about that stuff than I do, but yeah.
What's the question you were asking? You want to know about the 401ks?
Yeah, what is it?
It's they're making some changes, so I can't make changes to any what is it, like I guess it's a stock share. So I can't make any changes to my 401k in terms of like where I'm investing it until May 26th. So they kind of put it on hold for like a month. And they said they were, I guess, making changes to the site or whatever. But basically, I can't even, now that I'm learning more, I can't even do anything. Can't go in and play around with it or anything like that. It's a long time.
Are you comfortable disclosing who your broker is, or who you have that's for holding your 401k?
I work for the federal government, so thrift savings plan, but I'm not really sure what brokerage they would. I probably have to look. So I never even looked into it until I started learning from Mark. So yeah.
I probably don't need to look it up.
But I'm not really sure actually. It's through the federal government.
I think it's BlackRock or Vanguard. I think maybe Vanguard. I think Vanguard does a lot of government.
That's not familiar. Vanguard.
Yeah. So but it's crazy. Like
how are they allowed to do that with people's money, man? It just irritates me.
Well, I was telling them, like, most people don't really check their retirement IRAs, 401ks, on a regular basis, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if you think about it, so, what's going on behind the scenes with that money, like, you don't know, because they're using that, right? I mean,
I haven't checked it in over a year.
Yeah.
So every time it's like I have to find my password and everything. So I just don't. I mean, I don't know.
So because of this, I've been explaining to her what's been going on and about the short thesis and all that, and it's just a lot to take in. So we're she's like, yeah, I gotta actually. I'm like, yeah, you probably check it because you never know. You know what I mean? And she wants to buy AMC shares also. So yeah.
What's your guys' thoughts on that stuff?
I mean, I think it's crazy.
Yeah.
That people can't, that they get limits on their 401ks, like they have to do what the brokerages want them to do. I think that's crazy. It's your money, right? And that's kind of what I was saying. Like, a lot of people don't have any idea what's going on.
That's right. Yeah. No, it's true. you know, which it's high, you know, it's hard to say, but it's what's happening, you know.
Yeah, but they don't really educate you on how you can make changes to it or manipulate it or anything yourself. So, like, you just kind of just take what you have and I guess just wait.
Is it called TSP by chance?
TSP, yeah. TSP, that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Their savings plan.
So let me do a little bit of investigating here. But you're wanting to know why are you frozen on the TSP account in order to until what you said May or something like that to be able to make changes?
Yeah, May 26th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Wow. Yeah.
That's like a month. Right?
No, that's yeah.
Casey's doing the deep dive right now.
Would that have anything to do with?
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it, man.
Would that have anything to do with the quarterly setup that they do? Like they make it go to the quarter before they adjust things?
That's where I'm thinking, but yeah.
I'm not sure. Oh.
Hey, at least you're not invested in Citadel where you can only get back like 4% a quarter or something like that.
Yeah, no, I told you the big fund at the top, like they limited people taking out. Yeah.
Okay, so it says that they're saving the first savings plan will undergo several next few months, beginning with the transition to a new service provider in May 2022. As part of a major upgrade announced on January 26, several types of transactions as well as websites access may be unavailable for a short time during the transitional process. The TSP is a 401k style retirement account available to many military members and federal employees. The website, the transition will begin in May and is planned to be complete by early June. The following is a summary of the cutoff dates for major transactions before the transition. I can give you a link. I'm gonna send this link to Froggy to put up in the main chat, and maybe you can read through this article here. I'm gonna go ahead and read through it as well, and see if there's not something in here that helps me to identify what it is. You know, because I don't know what kind of plans or changes it is that you're trying to make, and I don't specifically want to try to give you any kind of advice because it's your money, it's your choice, but I'm just trying to help to inform you here.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's totally cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's just I didn't know. Each one is different. I mean, when I had mine, you know, I had it through Merrill Lynch, and I called them up, and I said, you know, I want to be able to trade with it. I don't want to draw any cash out. I want to be able to trade with what has been put there. So they had to actually close it out and open another type of account so I could actually access trades myself. But you know, I mean, it was the same dollar amount. There was none. It was just a transfer. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't know if that was possible that she could do that. It's basically what's going on, but they all run them differently. So
yeah, I put the link in the chat, so it's in there right now if you want to grab it.
Okay. Can I not see it?
It's on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I'd be able to put it on the space call. I'm not.
All right. Yeah, I'll go there for it.
I haven't figured out how to start putting stuff in the space call yet.
Yeah, that's kind of a pain.
So what you just post it as a post, right? And then on the post that you post, you can just click the buttons on. Let me see. Once you go to.
Oh, I got it. I'll just send it to a direct message.
You could do that too. That works.
There we go. Didn't think of that. I'm over here trying to complicate stuff. So we got another comment here coming in from LA. It says Begum said they already burnt 36 billion or buildings. So fire protection buildings. They're protecting documents with fire.
36 buildings. Listen, I only heard about the TD Ameritrade building, so you guys are going to have to get me up to speed here.
Well, they're
So
in other
I posted-
countries too.
I posted a link to all of the most current ones, and I haven't fact checked these yet. But I mean, it's really kind of weird. I kind of want to. I mean, within this last April, there's already been 4 fires, one of which was started by crash. So you've got 4 in April, you've got 5 in March. Let's see, 4 in February, 3 in January. It's quite a lot. All of those
Yes.
were fire except for 3 of them. One was an airplane crash, one was a broiler explosion, and the other one was an explostin. It's
What kind of buildings burnt though? Like, were they document buildings?
No, they were food processing plants.
That's weird.
Oh, so we're talking about food processing plants, not hedge funds document plants, right?
No, yeah.
Okay.
How does food processing tie into?
I think what LA is trying to say is food shortages, corruption.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so makes sense.
Like the chicken plants where they're saying the avian flu and all that stuff.
Oh man, that chicken stuff is insane. Where they find one chicken, you have to go and get rid of your whole entire crop, or not crop, but your flock. Or whatever they call it.
Yeah, and retarded.
That's so crazy. It's like finding one person with COVID and you got to get rid of all of us. It's like, that's not cool. They're getting rid of all the chicken.
There's the I got the list on page there for you, Froggy, if you wanted to see it.
Which page?
The one I've got I'm sharing.
Okay.
I don't know if that's I don't know if you can read that or not.
Yeah, I just zoomed in on it. Oh wow. Fire, explosion, boiler explosion, airplane crash. Yeah, that's common stuff. Wow, look at the dates on that.
Yeah.
One in December, one in November, one in December, one in 2, 3 in January.
They're ramping up.
4 in February, 5 in March, 4 in April, and we're not even done yet.
Right.
Is Kraft one of them?
Tyson, Kellogg.
2 are Walmart.
Potato, poultry. So they're attacking who would be doing this stuff?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's so tinfoil hat to say jump to conclusions. But I mean, you look at this data right here and you go like, duh. I mean, like, how do you not draw a conclusion from this data? But especially when you consider the fact that it was like 6 burned down, or 6 different food processing plants had fires in 2021 compared to the 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. So 16 different ones minus 3. So 13 versus 6, and you go like, okay, well, yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, how do we research that in, say, the last 30 years? How many per year?
Well, this is obviously not normal at all.
Exactly. That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys, but I oh man, I just hate jumping to conclusions, but it does look really bad. So this is what I'm going to say. this is what I'm gonna say. In my industry, we you know, they always would talk to us about how you know, when people are stressed and they're under a lot of pressure to perform, mistakes can be made. So you try to mitigate the amount of mistakes that are being made on a constant basis by trying to figure out what kind of problems you're going to have before you have the problems, right? This could be a natural common cause by stress and low amount of workers. Like maybe there's literally just not enough people working the sites, and so you're seeing more systemic failures. Maybe people are being worked harder than they're supposed to be worked. They're working or whatnot, and so you're starting to see systemic failures, you know, within industries across the board. So it may not just be just this industry. Like we're looking at this going like, this is obviously a bad sign, right? There's something happening right here, but there may actually be a bigger picture across the board. Like maybe we have, I don't know if you guys remember a couple of weeks ago, we had the whole airline industry shut down.
Yeah.
Like just massive flights being canceled everywhere, and no. And first it was, they said that they had issues, but there was no weather. then they said, well, it was computer problems, right? But nobody could really say what this computer failures were, and they were happening across the board in multiple countries around the world. And then there's no third thing after that. They just left it at there was computer problems, and flights were being canceled and delayed way at a much higher rate than we've ever seen in the past. So is this just a sign of systems that are failing across the US across the board, and not really people who are, you know, trying to start fires and stuff like that? It's just you're seeing failures in a system that's broken. People are being pushed to levels they shouldn't be pushed to in their workplaces. Mistakes are happening, and these are the kind of things that you see across the board when the market is starting to fail.
Well, did you see that chicken? Let me see if I can figure out where it's at. I'm going to send you that chicken link.
A chicken link.
Yeah. So they figure out who's got it.
KC.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you call me the rooster, buddy. That's why.
If I could play the music, I would.
I don't care. I'm eating chicken tonight. That's messed up.
All right. I got the link for you. Let me send this over.
I mean,
So
I don't go to the grocery store.
When you watch this one, it says 17 million dead chickens and turkeys and counting. So they're testing them for this bird flu. And if you find one with this flu, instead, because normally when you cook a chicken to a certain point, it's clean. They're saying that you can't cook it to eat it or something. So you have to get rid of every single bird at your farm just because we found one bird. And then you pair that up with these processing plants getting torched. It's like a combination of trying to shut down the food supply.
Okay, tell them why.
Yeah, what's that about?
I got chickens and turkeys, bro. And I had a rooster. And roosters are no bueno because they're freaking annoying. So the wife went out. The wife went out and took care of the rooster, and so we ate him. Casey couldn't believe that we ate the rooster.
You know, he ain't gonna die. That song is it's so not right now. Not a mediocre's house. That rooster dies.
Nope. Tastes good too. Yep. I don't care. I love it.
Hey, mediocre.
Yeah.
You know, They say you are what you eat.
That's a good one. All right. I'm a chicken and a turkey, I guess.
Did your neighbors complain? Well, that's a great question. Did your neighbors complain?
No, I have great neighbors. My neighbors understand the current situation.
Were they happy when your wife killed the rooster?
Yes. Because last year I think I had 3 or 4 roosters, and you can't really tell them apart by looking at them. They have to get to a certain point, but you have to wait for them to crow before you find out which one is gotta go, you know? So it takes time. So my buddy's wife was like, dude, call him up and tell him to get rid of that rooster, because they sleep with their windows open. And the rooster's up at 4:30. And he don't care. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm totally derailing the show here, Froggy. I'm so sorry.
No, give me a chance to go read the rest of the comments and get caught up here.
Okay.
That video I did send you. One thing I noticed when I went to Walmart, I usually buy a lot of eggs because I eat a lot of eggs, and I went up there and they had none.
When?
Like anybody around here that has chickens or anything like that, they have so many eggs they don't even know what to do with them. How does Walmart have none?
I got tons of eggs. How many eggs you need?
That's what I'm saying. Like this, something is not making sense. So now you got 36 buildings catching on fire, which is coincidence, like, 4 to 5 a month. Chickens, if one of them tests that they have a cough, then they all have to die, which doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
I mean, what are they doing? Sticking a test in their nose and, found one.
Yeah. No, they're using the anal swab. I'm sorry.
Casey, did you hear
I
about
had to.
Quick, Froggy. Quick, change the subject.
Over in China, they were saying it's more accurate to do an anal test to find out if you had COVID or not. I laughed so hard. I was like,
I thought you were changing the subject. I thought you were changing it.
I was like, they have to be making fun of it. Like,
oh man, I think the only question I really want to know is
do you
have to circle around for 15 seconds, or like what's the process here? Is it still a 15-second or and is there a depth gauge? I don't
Trust me,
oh my god!
SD will let you know. They'll scream.
I could just see pulling up to one of those in the car. They hand you the test, and they're like, "Have you done one of these before?" You're like, "Yes."
Oh my
Because you don't want to be the guy that pulls up and says, no, I've never done one of these. How do you do this? Don't want to be that guy.
Well, did you ever watch their videos in China where they pull into a parking lot, they stick their nose out the window, and they shove it in, pull it right out, and they're like, "Okay, you're good to go," and they back out and go on? Can you imagine if they did it that way? It was pull up, 2 cheeks hanging out the window.
I'm sorry, sir, but you're gonna have to put your mask on. The worst thing though would be pulling up to the window. You roll down the window, and she goes, "Have you ever?" "Oh no, I know you've used these before. Here you go." You're just like, "No, what?"
Too much. Funny stuff.
I thought it was a joke when he said you had to start testing chickens. I honestly thought that was a joke. I heard it and I laughed. I was like, "Yeah, right." And then I see that pop up. I'm like, okay, maybe that wasn't a joke. Like maybe they're actually testing chickens. That's how they're figuring all this stuff out. What a weird time to be living in this kind of a world.
I thought it was crazy when they told us that tiger in New York got it. And the monkeys and apes kept washing their hands or whatever. I'm like, what
Froggy,
the?
I love your viewers. Like, literally, you have somebody here that says that has a name because tell them you learn by example.
Oh,
Christian
man.
Christian Princess, you win. You win comment of the night. You officially get I don't know, fake awards, comedy show, awarding you points that mean nothing.
Oh, there it is. Found it. You got one of them cards you got to fill out that says I've been tested like 30 times.
You have the best viewers, man.
AJ, what's
That's
up?
funny.
You coming in here?
Oh yeah, let's get AJ up in here too. But you finally done working? I think he
Yeah,
works only like 900 hours a week.
He just woke up.
Oh, did he? He might have.
Yeah, he had to use the anal swab.
StockThatDip says, "What's up, the invite?" I don't know who
He's gonna have to
StockThatDip
take a
is.
COVID test first.
That's your buddy, Casey.
What's
I said, that's your buddy.
my buddy?
Yeah, AJ.
Oh, that's AJ.
Yes.
He said, "Send me an invite," and then he's like 5 minutes.
I know. Every time, though. Every time.
He's getting his robe on.
Dude, every time I'm coming backstage, there's AJ sitting in his robe. I'm like, let's go live right now. Cue the music, Froggy.
We'll get the music. Cue the music. Let me get it ready.
That's why I told you guys I had to get
Intro
pretty. I did something else on.
I agree with that, babe. Working is way overrated. Retirement is much funner, much nicer. I'm working on it.
We'll have to ask him some questions about the fires burning buildings down and chickens disappearing.
Yeah, see if he knows what he knows about that.
He'll be coming on with his charts and be all ready, and we're like, what about them chickens?
That only happens when I join.
No, he loves charting. No, he's good. I like doing charting with him. We have fun. We just went rated R quick.
I know, right? Because Casey
man.
Shaw's in here. Let me check and see if I'm still monetized.
Miss Harris, you are awesome, hon. I really respect Miss Harris a lot. She's a great person. I like that she works hard for the community. She really does. Although Jay, my boy Jay is slacking. Where's Jay at? Oh, no, he's nowhere to be seen. I ain't seen Jay in a few hours. He's probably sleeping.
Probably sleeping, yeah.
You hear that? You hear that, Portuguese? So when you come back and watch this 6-hour video, you'll know. At the end, I said something.
We'll have to change the Froggy Show emblem make it more appropriate for AJ when he gets on.
Yeah, put him in the. Make sure you move us around and put him in the top corner over there.
From in the top corner.
Yep.
We have a special little emblem we put up in the corner.
My wife asked me if AJ wears makeup. Almost every day
What?
she asks me that. Swear to God. She asked me
Does
if
he wear
AJ wears
makeup?
makeup. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him when he gets on.
How am I
totally gonna
supposed
ask
to
him.
know that? Honey, I'm gonna tell. We're gonna find out if AJ wears makeup for you. I'm teasing. He won't. He
What did
won't
she
take
say?
it too serious. She said, "No, that's rude."
Alrighty, Savvy. You have a good road trip, and be careful out there. Is this some kind of? It's not a weekend, is it? There's no. I mean, it's not what I meant. I meant there's no holiday weekend, right?
No.
No, not yet.
Yeah. Be safe, Savvy.
I wish. I like long weekends.
Thank you, Miss Harris. I appreciate you too. I'm sure is a picture of. I can't make it
Now,
out.
Casey, did you watch the fish algorithm theory?
The fish algorithm theory. I feel like I've heard that, but I'd have to refresh my memory.
Oh boy,
Dude.
you won't
Should I-
believe it. Wait till AJ
Wait
gets
for
on here. This is the most
Wait.
craziest algo theory thing I've ever heard.
I need to look this
Don't
up. Hold
go-
on a second.
No, don't go looking it up. Don't. Come on. You're gonna ruin it.
Don't look it up first. Don't look it up.
Don't look it up.
Is it? If this is something. Well, see,
Look at Carl seen it.
the thing is,
I can't believe it's actually a real thing. That's. I don't even know what to say about
I
it, to be
seen it.
honest. I'm just like, wow, did that really happen? Did somebody really waste their time to make that?
It's hilarious, though. Absolutely.
Trying to find it here real
heard
quick.
about this.
Because you probably seen it.
Right now, I'm scrolling through my Twitter. I don't know about you guys, but I get some of the crazy stuff that just pops up on my Twitter, and I go like, "What is?" And then I realize that everybody who's following me likes something, I think, up on my page.
Bro,
If
okay,
they follow me.
we just love hanging around with you guys.
I was getting it ready. We'll watch that to close out this show, unless AJ wants to chit chat for a little bit.
AJ had to go put some clothes on.
He's
Probably
like,
was in
I
his
can't
robe.
keep going back on there with a robe. They're gonna make fun of me.
I bet you AJ comes on with a button-up shirt and everything.
That's high.
AJ's good people.
He said 5 minutes. Was it like a New York minute?
He had to put his makeup on. I'm teasing. Casey was joking. I think AJ's taking this seriously.
No.
Bro Gabe says you'll do more hours than TMI. Actually, I want to try to get him on here. We was talking there for a minute about setting something up. Just haven't lined it up yet, so we're waiting. Let me see. I'll send him a message. Tell him to hurry up.
When he comes on, let's go. All right. Go ahead, Casey. You can close out your show.
Do you want to know something really messed up that I did one time? I felt really bad about this later. Like, I don't know why I was this, but my ex-father-in-law and my brother-in-law were all standing on the top of this kind of elevated area by a pool deck on an apartment complex, and we were looking down below at the street below us because it was actually kind of a nice view looking out the Seattle. And there's this guy biking his way up the hill, and somebody right in front of us, driver's side door, and he just smashes into the door like just full speed and rough, right? But he gets up, he's okay, everything's fine. He's kind of shaking himself. My hands to my mouth, and I go, ha, like I'm laughing, right? And then my father-in-law, my brother-in-law standing there. I was like, and like I ducked down just enough time to see that bicyclist looking up at them, and they just were both stuck there. I don't know. Shining moment of Casey. It was terrible. It was terrible.
You're a rotten individual, you know that? Absolutely rotten to the core. That's awful.
It was
I hear a funny story.
Go ahead.
This happened Friday. I had to go return something at a store, but it's on a main road, and so I had me and my son were together, and I had my truck and trailer, and what I was returning was on the back of the trailer, and where I parked was right on the side of the road, where the parking lot was. So main traffic goes right by, and a car goes by, and I'm walking away. I tell my son to wrap up the the piece that we were returning, and it was warm outside, so people put their windows down, and the kid slammed the side of his car and yells, "Hey!" Scared the crap out of my son. Oh man, was he mad.
Well, our guest finally arrived here. Let's bring on AJ. Cue the music.
I told you.
What's going on, man?
Well, it's been fun, guys. Guys, visit Mediocre's channel whenever, and Froggystyles channel, and I will, Froggy, if you want to wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
It's actually what the hell? All right,
what's going on here, guys?
He's like, I just got to Wall Street, so you can film this here.
What's up, AJ? How are you, buddy?
I got when I come out, I got a style and profile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they know. We told them.
I knew the New York Minute. You're up there at Wall Street.
Hey, I did apply for a job at Morgan Stanley yesterday, actually.
Oh, for real?
Nice.
Yeah, as a derivatives settlement agent. I said, yeah, I want to see what's going on behind the scenes here. So
the first question they're going to ask you is like, the first question they'll ask you is, are you an honest person? And if you're like, yeah, then yeah, right, fired.
you're like, you're not hired at all.
You don't qualify. You don't qualify.
Yeah. They were like, did you invest in AMC? And I'd be like, yeah. They're like, fire. No, we can't hire you.
Like, have you screwed anybody over in the past? Like, no. Like, we need someone with more experience.
Yeah.
Hey, look, if you get a sense, AJ, that you're not going to get hired, can you do me a favor and I just want to get a tour of the place, and if they have any kind of like computer systems or anything like that where you can see it, you can pull some power plugs, or start pulling plugs someplace, just start like a crazy mad chicken or something.
Damn right.
Yeah, if that's only if they will, though, right? Like if everything's going good, don't do that.
Yeah, like I guess this position is supposed to pay like something pretty good. I'm like, you know what? I'd love to just be in the industry where I can move my way up. And I'm like, because them top guys, the managers and the regional directors make buku bucks.
I see where you're trying to go, AJ. You're trying to take Gary Gensler's freaking job. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Well, we could teach you the fish algo theory.
Yeah. You want to learn about the fish algo?
Let's see it.
All right.
Here we go.
For anybody that doesn't like swear words, I'm not going to point any fingers. This one's got some swear words in it, so be careful. You might not want to listen to this, but this is the fish algo theory. Let me pull it up here. I thought it was hilarious, but we'll play it again. Here we go.
2:30 a.m. Time to rise and grind. First thing I do is grab breakfast. Wish I had time to cook, but I'm far too busy for that. It's been 6 months since I quit YouTube to trade stocks full time. Social media is nice and all that.
I like to get the day started with just a nice casual jog. Just relax the body, you know, get your blood pumping, get a good start to the day.
But the real money is in the stock market. Now we can finally get to work.
Stock, options, futures, derivative futures, buy Coin. Take all your savings, put it in the Coin. Day trade that option, trade that stock. Coin is worthless. I sold every last drop of my Coin.
Sell it all. Sell it all. Got it. And that's just a day in the life of a stock trader, baby. I executed the stock trade and it gave me money. So make sure to tune in next time for... Listen, I don't know how to trade stocks, man. I lost all my money on Robinhood. I had no idea what I'm doing. If only there was something that could trade stocks for me. Hi, I want to give my goldfish Frederick the ability to trade stocks. Now I know what you're thinking. Michael, you own a goldfish? And Michael, why haven't you posted a video in 8 months? Anyways, this is my idea. Right. We track Frederick's position anywhere he is in the tank. Then, every morning when the stock market opens, he'll be prompted with 2 random companies. He'll choose one by spending more time on that side of the tank. Then, the computer will take his decision and buy that stock with the money of whoever is sponsoring this video. But before any of that, we need to track fish. You might think I built my fish tank against a blank white wall because it provides ample lighting and doesn't overstimulate my fish. Wrong. I did it so I can write the detection software to just look for orange pixels of the fish and it won't get fucked up by a shitty, messy background. Here's some code I wrote that displays what the camera sees. It's not much, but we can add a function in that filters out specific colors, like apartheid. Then we can tell that function to filter out every color that isn't orange. Now this is kind of a complicated coding thing, so just try to keep up with this. And bada bing, bada boom, we got a color mask. But it has these little speckles of shit in it. We just gotta sprinkle some post-processing code on there and clean it right up. I did not have to Google how to do that, shut the fuck up. Then we take that post-process image, find the location of this little blob of pixels, draw a circle around it, then take that circle, copy it, draw it on the original image, bada bing, bada boom, tracking fish track. And honestly, that was most of the hard part. I just added some random stuff like the tickers and some logic, and I think we're ready to test it without actual money because I don't know if it works. All right, so you should see these lights turn on, including the fish tank one, because I wired it to this relay box over there, and the program should turn them on automatically. Anytime it will turn them. God fucking damn, is it broke? No, the lights are on. Boom. Ticker's at the top. Boom. The fish is choosing. He's favoring the MO one. Ooh, what'll it be? Ooh, what's he gonna? Oh my god, it fucking the fish bought stock. Well, I mean, he didn't buy the stock, but like he chose the stock. That's amazing. He bought Altria over Boeing. Excellent choice. I think we're ready to hook it up to the actual stock market, which is actually gonna be super easy. There's like 1 million of these stock market APIs that let you buy stocks with just a little bit of code. I'm gonna use this one called Alpaca API. They're all pretty much the same though. And really all I have to do is add a few lines to the fish code and yeah, I guess we're done. Yeah, Frederick can start trading stocks anytime. I'm gonna go upstairs and start it. What is that? What is Wall Street Bets? Wall Street Bets is a subreddit for dipshits who try to get rich quick on meme stocks. Like this idiot who recorded himself losing $50,000 in 2 seconds. Their investments are not based on logic here. They're based on memes and tendies. Those guys are fucking geniuses. Their stocks only go up. Wait, what? Fuck, I could have built a bot that scraped the Wall Street Bets subreddit and just bought stocks based on what they posted there. Should I just start over? But Frederick already knows how to trade stocks. But those guys from Wall Street Bets literally only pick good stocks. You've seen GameStop, you've seen Tesla, you saw Frederick in there, he was fucking incredible. Just stick to the plan. Wall Street Bets said it would be free tendies. What do you not get about free tendies? I don't know. I wish, like, if only I could make both and then pit the two systems against each other in a super sick competition of fish versus man to see which one makes more money. Frederick takes an early lead by buying Nike stock, but those dumbasses at Wall Street bet to buy Lucid and they're close behind. This is gonna be a it's me, the bitch-ass audience. Michael, you can't just represent an entire community with a computer program. Yes, the fuck I can. For this bot to work, we need to know how Wall Street Bets feels about certain stocks. To do this, we're gonna use sentiment analysis, which is a natural language processing technique that uses machine learning. Say we're looking through my YouTube comments. One says, "Die forever, bastard, I hate you." A sentiment analysis bot would classify that as negative. And if we look at another one that says, "I think you're great, also I have a super cool robot idea for you," a sentiment analysis bot will classify that as super fucking negative because your idea probably sucks ass. To train a sentiment analysis bot, you need a lot of labeled data. So a lot of samples of text that are labeled positive or negative by a human. There are a lot of these data sets out there that are publicly available, but the text is like normal person talking. Wall Street Bets,
they talk about tendies and YOLO and boomers. Weak hands or paper hands. Stongs, just YOLO.
Very unique vocabulary. Therefore, I needed to make my own data set using their fucked, weird Wall Street Bets language. So I went to r/Wall Street Bets, sorted by top of all time, downloaded the top 10,000 posts, and all that's left to do was to label them as positive or negative. So I sat down with a nice cup of coffee and labeled the data myself. No, that would have taken 4 or 5 hours. That's fucking stupid. Instead, I spent an entire month learning the React web framework and building a website that would allow users to log in and label the data for me. Then I tweeted asking Wall Street Bets members to give me their Reddit usernames. I then plugged those usernames into the Reddit API, got the top 10 accounts with the most Reddit karma who were active on Wall Street Bets. Those 10 people labeled 1,000 posts each, 10,000 posts total, and created the data set for me. And that's how you turn a 5-hour task into a 1.5 month task. Because I'm a programmer. And that's what we do. I use that data set to train a sentiment analysis bot, and now every morning when the fish is trading stocks, this bot is going on r/Wall Street Bet. It's looking through the top posts of the day until it finds one it likes, and then it buys the stock that post is talking about. So that's how that works. Let's get back to the competition and see which one is better at trading stocks.
Insane things are happening, Michael, right now.
This is crazy stuff going on. Interesting buy from Wall Street Bets. I don't know if the GameStop play is going to work out.
People love games, Michael. They fucking love games. Big tank from Wall Street Bet could be like another 9/11 situation. Fish is going crazy buying Costco and Facebook. Meta now. It's a crazy day. There's a lot of volatility right now.
Very confusing. I don't know where this one's gonna go. I'm gonna get an expert's opinion on this for sure. Have a nice day.
You're all set.
Hey! This is Graham Stephan. He does financial investing videos and is also rich as fuck. Hello. So you do money.
Yeah.
You have money. I came to ask you questions. I'm gonna give you 2 portfolios. I just want you to look them over. Which one do you think is better?
Okay. Portfolio 1's interesting. Now portfolio 2. Okay. We got a lot of the memes here. The market's been down. Pretty much everything has been down the last 3 months.
Yeah.
But if I were to, I would feel way more comfortable with the first one.
What if I told you that an algorithm has picked all of these stocks?
I would believe it.
I'm gonna give you the performance.
Wow. The algorithm has performed. Now, this is only over 3 months.
For the portfolio 1 is managed by Frederick. This video is about investing.
Yeah.
So like maybe giving viewers an opportunity to invest into a fund that is managed by my fish.
So it's a fish.
Yeah. I'm back.
Things have been going crazy. What did Graham say?
His money is on the fish.
Peaks and the valleys for Wall Street Bets. It's better than bigger than anyone. They can win.
But Graham's money is on the fish.
I fucking hate you, Graham Stevens. Big fall.
What the fuck was that? What was that? Huge. It's not looking good for Wall Street Bets right now at all. What is that? What is that?
This could be it.
It's climbing.
It's the comeback.
It's climbing. It's to the moon. It's gonna break through, bro. It's gonna fucking break through. Oh, it fucking died. The fish won!
Let's go!
Let's fucking go, Frederick! Fuck you, Wall Street Bets! Get shit on by a fish! Fucking go! That settles it. Fish is the superior technology. So that's it, right? No, I think I can use this fish technology to create a legitimate business. I've been working on a startup proposal for the last couple of days, and I have a meeting set up to try and get some investors. So it's like a venture capitalist startup meeting, except it wasn't that at all. It was like this weird fucking hype house for startup founders. So each one of these people has started their own company, and the management has allowed me to pitch my startup idea to them. Hello everybody, my name is Michael. I'm here representing Reefly, it's a small fintech startup. You've seen it all happening already. Articles like this. A lot of inexperienced people are losing money in the stock market. That's where Reefly fits in. We have a couple of algorithms going. WSB, mainly sentiment analysis. The second, Fish, tracks analyst movements. WSB is performing well below market average, but Fish is outperforming the NASDAQ by some 13% last quarter. Honestly, the main reason I'm here is because of the performance of that Fish technology. It's performing very well, but generally, we think it can be performing even better. Pretty sure it comes down to a few things. Tank health, clarity, like of the water. We're probably going to be improving food and like better filters in general. Oh, I already covered that. We need to know how long the fish can perform. Looking into the data, the lifespan of this species is generally around 8 to 12 years. We think that with better water parameters and more attention to the food, we can get it up to an outlier of 20 plus years. The fish's name is Frederick, and thank you. Do you have any questions?
I have a lot of questions. So the fish is determining your stock picks?
Yeah, it's fish. It's fish is the idea. So we've got a front-facing camera on. The fish is prompted with 2 stocks. Whichever side it spends more time on, just that stock. Do you have any more questions?
Who picks the 2 stocks?
You know, not everyone can see the vision, and that's okay. I'm not. It's not like I'm mad. I'm not mad or anything. Fuck! Why don't they understand? Fuck! I guess the world just isn't ready for this technology. All I wanted to do was get super fucking rich. But maybe I don't deserve it, but I think I know someone who does. So I sold all the stocks in the portfolio and withdrew the money. This is the exact amount of money Frederick has made so far, $1,007.59. Can you believe my goldfish made this? And then I went back to where I got him. I got him from this tank. And now he's doing such big things. Excuse me, I'm looking to get some like better filters and food.
They're really good filters.
Awesome, I will grab this. What about food?
Stuff like this.
Oh, that's some fancy shit. Oh, the rest is for Frederick.
Sorry?
It's for Frederick, the rest of it.
Frederick?
Yeah, the rest is for you can keep the rest. Frederick made it. Thank you. Wham, Michael, why did it take you so long to make the video? I don't fucking know. It feels like I blacked out for 8 months and still somehow managed to procrastinate the video until the last minute like a dumbass. But hey, still faster than internet historian, baby. That's what matters. And as for Frederick, he made enough money to retire. He'll live out the rest of his days in fish paradise. That's the end of the video. Thank you for watching. If you liked it, you can subscribe so you can catch my next upload in 2025. Shout out to Frederick for making this possible. Shout out to God, Jesus, Catholic Jesus. Oh, I made this poster for myself using the data from Frederick versus Wall Street bets because all the graphs needed to be in 8K, so why not? I figured I may as well sell it, so if you want it, you can have it, and if you don't want it, you do not have to get it. It is fucking gargantuan though. It's like my height. I mean, I'm a short fucking person, but like it's still a gargantuan poster. It's like 5 feet long. It has all the brands and when they were bought by like who at the exact times. It's lit. If you want it, you can go to my new URL, pissbaby.art is no longer my store or whatever. I just didn't like the weird toilet humor. I'm trying to go in like a more elegant direction. Also, I forgot to renew the domain and so somebody stole it. So now pissbaby.store is my new best friend. It doesn't matter, you just click the thing in the description anyway. Yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah, okay, goodbye. See you in a year.
Yeah, when we're gonna start using this fish algo?
Casey, what do you think, man? He's still speechless. You can tell it was pretty good.
AJ?
He's like,
to say.
No, that's great. That was great.
Can you believe the fish beat Wall Street bets?
Yes. Yes, I actually can. The history on Wall Street bets is that they were always, prior to GME, were always picking really bad picks, and everybody knew it. That was kind of like the running joke. You know, they were always posting to see who could do the worst, who could show the worst losses. But that just kind of irks me about that whole thing is like, who was picking the Fish's two main stocks? Like, that makes a big difference. I don't know.
He was.
It's funny, but it's not funny.
He was, absolutely.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever watched the YouTube videos of the biggest losers on Wall Street bets? You guys ever look at those?
Oh yeah, the guy by Benjamin. That guy has great commentary for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee you never seen that video before.
No, I hadn't seen it.
Kramer versus Fish, Carl Keller. Yeah, that's great. Kramer said, buy Netflix. He's like, buy Netflix.
Oh, man.
Kramer will never hear the end of that, dude. People will call in on Mad Money. They're like, what about Netflix?
Oh, that's some backstage humor right there. That's great. I love it. I believe it.
AJ, how you doing, man?
Not too
This
bad,
would be
man.
a good
Not
one.
too bad.
Fish, Algo versus Kramer. I think the Fish would win on that one. Kramer's usually wrong, 65% of the time?
Yeah.
It's funny if people target him directly. It's wonderful.
We should do some research.
The one time he wasn't wrong. He said, I don't know who's selling AMC, but it's going higher. And the next day, sure as shit, I mean, it had like a 20% gain, and I was like, wow. I was like, Kramer, okay. I was like, all right.
I don't pay him any attention, so we should do some research and see how many stocks do a chart like that and see how much his drop would be.
I think it's already been
done.
done.
You know, just with like a paper trade account and just.
I want to know in the comments, everybody that's on the video right now, I want to know, what do you guys think of Teladoc Health? TDOC is the ticker. Earnings is coming up in 4 days. 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me some comments here. Anybody that's ever heard of that? I've used the service several times, so. Casey Shaw, ever heard of it?
Yeah, I'm looking. No, I've never heard of it. I'm looking at it right now.
So what it is a it's a doctor you can get on your phone, and you don't actually have to go to the doctor's office. And what you can do is they can prescribe you medication through your phone. You'll have a consultation on your phone, and I've used the service like a few times. And I've gotten prescriptions that way. So the stock has been going, I mean, at one point, I think the stock had hit like $300 a share. This is the Kathy Wood's second biggest investment. So she's a major bag holder is what I'm trying to say. And I want to say, puts on Teladoc is Felicia the Trader is what she said. Felicia, you don't think they're going to turn a profit? You don't think they're going to turn a profit this time? Look how close they were.
The TDOC?
TDOC, yep.
It ain't looking good, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but if you look at Roku, if you look at Roku and you look at PayPal and you look at the long-term chart, we're not talking about a 15-minute chart here. We're talking about a weekly or a monthly chart. Look at the highs and look at the previous support from where it came from.
Weekly,
I'll tell you what I don't like.
Out, so
I don't like the volume rising and the price falling.
Okay.
Well, your weekly's topping out. You just went light green last week, so that usually indicates the top. Your monthly does look like it's hitting bottom, but it's not turning to go back up. You still have downtrend. I would stay away from it. If anything, I'd still be putting puts on it too, because your trend has not reversed or bottomed yet. So that's on a monthly. So there's two negatives right there. Your daily hasn't flickered that the bottom's in either. So going into earnings, I would definitely not touch it.
When were you thinking about doing this? I'm just curious. I know you like looking at stuff, and I love that you look at stuff and tell me about stuff. So I'm not knocking your abilities at all. I'm just not interested. But tell me about it. I want to hear AJ's opinion on it.
So if you look at their earnings, I think that they had, this just going off the top of my mind because I have a lot of stuff in my mind. I think they had 500 million in revenue. They beat their revenue. So they had more subscribers apparently this quarter than last quarter. And like I said, I've used the service 3 times now, and I think it's pretty revolutionary.
That's the only thing that makes it special is the fact that you used it and you like the service.
Exactly, and that's why I'm bringing it up to everybody. Is it's not like it's nothing I've ever used. I've actually used the service.
EPS
But the fact that they're still unprofitable
is negative 2.7. You're saying that the EPS is going to turn.
Yeah, I think the EPS was
on this report.
Yeah, their last earnings were 0.07 negative. Their estimate was 0.57. This earnings, their estimate is 0.60. So last earnings, like I said, they had 0.07. They had more subscribers this quarter. So, I mean, it looks like it's it's getting hammered pretty good here. I mean, it's been in a big sell-off, ever since, pretty much December, January, all the way back down.
The only thing that I see that's positive on this right now is the fact that their profit margin could be positive on this earnings, because they're trending. Right. They're trending up on their profit loss, and they've done it for 4 consecutive quarters. They've actually basically leaned things up to where they could turn a profit on this next quarter. So if that happens, it could be positive. But right now, I mean, still downtrend does look pretty bad. I would wait until after the earnings, because if they only come a little bit positive, it's going to be basically a dead duck.
I don't play earnings for that reason, usually.
But the way it's trending, I mean, it shouldn't be negative. But if it is, then you know what will happen. It will dip down. But at least you can buy in late and still catch the ride if there is positive to it.
Yeah, this is similar to like a Roku or a PayPal chart. If you look at the similarities between the two, they had the big gains, and then they had the big sell off. So, just wanted to know everybody's opinion. Thank you.
Yep. We'll have to ask the fish what it thinks.
That's what I was going to say. Jesus.
Hopefully the fish says buy, because I'm buying that sucker.
AJ, I got a good idea for you. Go over to Wall Street Bets and put a post over there and see what we get for an answer.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's up?
Well, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you afterwards. Never mind. I changed my mind.
Okay.
Oh.
No, nothing bad at all. I just
says Scarlett.
Nothing bad.
No, you're good.
Bad. Nothing bad.
Carl Keller says, "Ask the fish."
Got to make sure that filter's clean, though.
That's right.
That first screenshot or that capture that he did, you can see the fish is trying to get out of the one water, go to the next one. And he's like, "Look, it stayed there longer." And I'm like, "It was trying to get over there."
Yeah.
Make sure you
He
got
was like,
that
good
good,
choice. He's like, good choice.
good goldfish food. Good choice. Yeah. The kid's freaking hilarious, man. He is funny. I gotta give him that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Carl, that the teledoc chart is it's pretty oversold, that's for sure. I mean, we're talking about mega oversold here, really, from 300 down to I think 58 or 59 is where it's at.
He's over there crunching numbers.
Who? Me?
You. Yeah.
No,
Casey's
man.
like 2
I'm dealing.
pinches of fish food, a little bit of warm water.
dealing-
We can get this thing moving.
I'm dealing with some family stuff on the side.
No, you're good.
He's like, I'm going to buy me a fish right now. No.
He's like, "What time's the pet store close?" Do they have the tank or is it on back order?
That's great. Hey, KC, do you see that VIX?
Yeah, dude. So can I share a screen with you, Froggy?
Oh yeah.
It looks like it's going to the moon, buddy.
Dude, and every single time that this happens, it frustrates the heck out of me because, you know, I know it's almost like I know exactly what's coming after that, right? What's coming afterwards is the you know, we're gonna pump the market again with some money from who knows where we're pulling it out. And,
yeah, but that's the thing. That's what they want you to think, Casey. Let's be honest here.
I hope you're right.
They want,
you know, buying puts on Friday. And
they want you to think that, Casey. Come on.
But so check it out. Like here's what's killing me, right? So this red line right here is the reverse speed line from 2008 that touches multiple points. 1, 2 touch points, right? That goes through. The reason I call it a reverse speed line is because, as you know, well, the VIX is the opposite of which way the market's going to run, right? So if this is touching down on this, the market should be running up, right? Not down, but it never goes through. So it's a reverse speed line, meaning it's going to be a speed line for the VIX, which means it should be bouncing off that and heading upwards, right? So check this part out though. Multiple touch points here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 touch points. Yeah, you might want to call this one, I'm not sure, 5 touch points, but you have this pattern where you have a small breakout, you have a larger breakout, a dip underneath the trend line, and then shooting up, right? Look at this back here just before COVID. Didn't have the first initial breakout, but you have that same pattern where it dips underneath the line.
Yep.
And then boom.
I mean, a humongous gap up. Look at that.
Oh, you just gave me an idea.
So
that's not good.
It makes me wonder if we're not like, I hate to say this, but 2 weeks away from seeing something crazy happen.
Thanks, Carl.
But you know, I keep saying this all the time. You know, my feeling is they're just going to pump more and more money.
Well, I mean, if you look at the Fed balance sheet, they haven't stopped adding to their portfolio yet. So that's the concern that I have is they haven't stopped adding to their portfolio. I don't know if now a major stock broke support. Google broke support on Friday. Major support, strong support. So not gonna lie, I actually bought that dip on the breakdown of the support. But let's not even go there right now. But Google is huge market cap. You know, we're talking, 3 trillion here. So
Really?
Largest market cap.
Carl Keller says that the volume's dipping on the weekly, and I would agree with what he's saying. It is definitely dipping, but I was looking at more volume as a whole has not quite crossed that level yet. Where like if you look at the average since it's rising back up in 2020, like February of 2020, you have like a good distribution of volume in there, and it still hasn't broken down past that the average point, meaning it's still high volume for that entire period from February 2020 to current. So, but volume is rising week over week. I don't know. It's one you asked me about more recently ago, and I would say this is a tougher one for me to analyze. But I mean, your RSI is at 32.65 on the daily. You're at 38.08. Hourly, you're at 38.08. Wait, is it daily and the hourly the same number? Damn, same exact number. The 30-minute is at 40.73. I think it still might have just a tad bit more room to go down. But I mean, I'm not disagreeing that it wouldn't be bouncing off that bottom though.
Like I said,
When
this
it
is
gets there.
Kathy Wood's second biggest holding besides Tesla. I mean, that says
When did she
something,
get
right?
in at? When did she get in?
Oh, I mean, she was buying shares all the way up. I mean, she was buying shares at $200 a share. I mean, she didn't dump this one like Workhorse. You know, Workhorse, she dumped that sucker like nothing. You know what I mean? This one, she was buying, she had been buying, and she's still buying, I think.
Well, she's got to average down.
So Carl Keller actually brings up a point that I was actually that was one of the first things I was gonna ask you before a long time ago. Is I was gonna say, you know, when I first originally said, pulling up right now. What was it? TDAC? TDAC?
TDOC. TDOC.
Okay. BV is probably like a great indicator that you want to take a look at and see if that's actual sell-off or what is it exactly, because
right.
And I'm pulling that right now just to kind of check it.
Can you
But
share the chart on it?
yeah, absolutely. Give me a second here. Let me set it all up.
Yeah, Felicia. Google's been getting hit, Felicia. So I'm thinking that Google's going to have a big rebound here. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's really selling off. There you go, Froggy.
What are you doing? Pulling another one up?
Line it up or anything so you could see it. I just kind of threw it up there so you can see. I mean, you can see the volume decreasing with the moves, and it's increasing. So people are definitely buying the rips and selling the dips. It's getting good movement now. Notice that the volume or the price was much lower here. Volume fell down to about what is this? 16. We'll just call it 17 million. This drop is down to about 26.6. So if it does continue down further, the volume could actually fall off. It could potentially fall off the same amount or more. So it's almost like this is real volume sell-offs. It's not holding volume. And I also looked up the short percentage, like the amount of shorting that's going on with the stock is pretty low, meaning nobody's really shorting this to a high extent.
Yeah, the all-time high was pretty impressive. I think it was like 300. And,
Actually,
and the only reason why I brought this up is because I've actually used this company, I think like 3 times.
I didn't adjust the pricing here, and if I pull this down, let me get rid of this other TD9 in here, by the way. So if I pull this down to meet up with the volume that's in here, and you can see that the volume right now, in contrast to, you notice I just took this one spot, this dip right here, and I kind of lined it up right with where the volume fell to. You can see that it's on a more aggressive pace than where price is currently at. It's on a more aggressive drop than, and you can see volume never really filled in this portion in here. So meaning, yes, some of this was FOMO buying in right in here on this run up because the volume didn't match it.
Right.
And then it fell off faster. The volume fell off faster on the run down. You got to be careful when you start pulling these charts like this, because I can pull it for any given point, and you can see, you can kind of see different. You can see almost what it is you want to see. So you just want to compare, like, there's. I feel like I could do a whole class on this, but when you're adjusting for this, you got to be real careful. So, but I didn't change the size of the pricing in here, and I just drug it down. That's all I did.
Kind of like a odd shaped gear. You got to make sure they line up.
Yeah. So when I first learned about OBV, one of the things that I kind of like to do is I kind of like to line kind of where zero volume balance is. I try to line that up on like a daily, and then I try to get price to fit as much period of time as I can, leading up to pricing like right after that point. So I'm looking like right here. I'm going to try and get price to match that volume in there as close as possible. And then so now what you see is for the most part volume swing. Now you have a bit of a sell-off here, but the volume actually holds. So this is a deflated price, right? And so now price suddenly spikes up but it way overshoots. It's way off the charts. It's not even matching. And if you look at the whole market, like if you look like any one of the indices, like the SPY, something like that, you can see the same thing. Our market is like way overinflated. It's been overinflated for many, many, many years. And you can see that in this chart right here. And you can see now that the price is just now starting to come back down to where, based on these levels here back in 2017, volume and finally starting to match back up again. And it's almost to that point to where the amount of volume that's there is matching price movements. So it could be getting really, really close to the bottom.
Yeah, probably another like 10, 15, 20 bucks.
It depends on how much more of this volume falls off as price comes down. If it supports some kind of level of volume at, like maybe around like $30, if it supports volume at $30, continues to fall down to that range and then meets up, and then it spikes off of it again, you could see it could do something like that.
Now, have you ever looked at like PayPal or Roku on this OBV indicator you got?
We did look, I think, at PayPal once, not Roku. PYPL, isn't that PayPal?
Yeah, PayPal, yep. Because that one had like a super sell-off here. Wow.
Yeah. Give your mom a text real quick. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that kind of matches up just a little bit here. There's this kind of popping action. It almost looks very identical. Like I said, you can almost go to any stock in the entire market, and right around like I would have to say that probably around the time where we had the injection of money into the market, you can see where it spikes. And it's the whole market's overinflated, right? Because this point right here is May of 2020. So you can see the overinflation of money being pumped into the market, and it's now coming back down. And you see it's systemic across the board on everything you look at. And to bring it back into perspective, You know, you can shrink price and take a look at it, but you know, it's real dangerous to do. And then you're saying like, okay, well, we should be at these inflated prices, but then you see this massive amount of volume falling off, right? And when you see volume falling off like this, when you say like, okay, if inflated prices are supposed to be where volume has been, right, then why is this volume falling so poorly compared to where the price is moving to? So that's why you got to be really careful about how you set up these charts, because really what happens is you have to understand that inflation is in there, built in. It really should look more something along the lines of something like this.
Yeah, real price up until the COVID injection of money, and then moonshot.
Yeah,
it's because like you can manipulate the bid and the ask price, because if they buy all the shares that are somebody, if they put a buy order in right below it, they raise the ask price, put a buy order in, raise the ask price. You can get the price to go up without actually having volume. It's a bid to ask manipulation. That's what it is. Because you can make, if you have a lot of money, you can make the bid to ask whatever you want it to be without actually having volume.
I don't ever do this on my channel live in front of people. This is unusual for me to do.
Thanks, Casey. No,
Why? Well, no, that's not a problem. I'm here, and I don't mind talking outside the realms of AMC when I'm here. So, I just on my channel, I'm strictly AMC. So,
Okay, gotcha.
It's okay. I don't have a problem talking about it. It's just I'd rather talk about it in the off hours and when I'm not focused on AMC. So,
no, it makes sense.
Yeah. Hayden
this
says,
is all
"Get crazy,
crazy.
Casey." Felicia says, like Casey said, the entire market was way overinflated. It's not just a few stocks, it's most stocks. The more liquidity that dries up in the market, the lower the stock prices will go. It's 100%, Felicia. And the crazy part about it is, look at if you do that same OBV on like the SPY, and you see how far the SPY has to drop down to get back into corrective phase. Well, here's the other part. Here's the crazy part. Whenever you have a huge amount of inflation, it usually has a tendency to drive the opposite direction too far, right? The sell-off always goes beyond what it's supposed to, and then it has a corrective phase where it goes back up and meets back where it's supposed to. Almost kind of like this thing where like this is where you're supposed to be, and it's like, but I'm way up here, but I'm gonna go way. Like I'm gonna slowly over time kind of find my way back to where I'm supposed to be, and that's kind of what we're experiencing right now. Is that we're going to see this inflation being taken care of. I hope, and it's gonna suck for a little bit. It's gonna suck for a hot minute.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Carl, to answer your question, you think algos could be churning for distortion of volume? I believe yes. I believe that bid to ask price spread can absolutely 100% manipulate the price of a stock. Absolutely. I've seen it time and time again where if the bid gets far away from the ask price, absolutely. I've seen it on several stocks. And I've seen it on futures. I've seen it, I've been trading the ES, which is the S&P 500 futures. And I've seen it in after hours where like the bid to ask price is, $1.50 or $2 away from the bid price, that's miles away. That's miles away. I've been trading a lot of Forex lately and bullish on the dollar, obviously.
Yeah, it's been
ripping. Some of the Forex I've been trading, the bid to ask is like, we're talking miles apart. You can't even get an order to get filled, unless you're buying it at the ask price, which is crazy.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to wrap things up. It's getting kind of late. So, yeah, you guys want to do your closing statements kind of things, and we'll pick back up on anything tomorrow.
Sure.
AJ?
Yep. So I want to say thank you everybody for coming in the channel. Thanks for having me, Froggystyles, KC, and Mediocre. Thank you everybody. Thanks for listening to my shenanigans.
Casey?
To the moon. 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Yep.
AJ, thank you. Mediocre, thank you. And Froggy, obviously, thank you for having me on your channel.
You're always welcome,
It's good to spend time with you.
Hey, I want to thank everybody, all you people in the chat. Much respect for showing up and watching us clowns. It was a good time tonight. It was good. I just want to thank AJ, Casey, and Froggy. These guys are awesome, and we do a lot of stuff talking, and I appreciate their conversations. But do me a favor, go and like and subscribe to everybody here. I'd appreciate it if you did, and have a good one. Good night.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I'm a stock squeeze specialist, and I got the fish algo. It's one of my tools from the toolbox. Check it out. And thank you guys for coming. Peace.